together. And the theme of this year's conference is Unafraid, Femininity Without Fear. Femininity without fear. So I welcome you all. My name is Teresa Adekunle, and it's my delight, it's my pleasure. I'm excited to be your host for today. Be ready, be expected, be excited, because you're so let's go downstairs and interact with people. Thank you. Oluwato means sing. So can you tell us about yourself, what you do? Tell us about yourself, what you do, and all of that.
Okay, good morning everyone. I'm so glad to be here. My name is Oluwatomisin Olawoye. I am a 600 level medical student and I'm happy to be here.
Okay, that's beautiful. You attended physically last year too. Okay, so what are your expectations from today's event?
I particularly like the theme of the conference, so that's my expectation.
Okay, lovely. So yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oduwaya Olive, and I'm a 200 level student. The University of Ibadan. Medicine and surgery, ma'am.
Ooh, nice. So pass it to somebody else.
Hi, everybody. I'm Christiana Olafekeme Adefi. Yes, I know her.
Okay, do you know her? You have to collect her number. You mentor her. You get me? So pass it to somebody else.
Hello, everyone. Like she said.
Pass it to somebody else.
Hello, everyone. Like she said, like the topic Unafraid, to learn more, to unlearn what I've learned before and to learn more. Yeah, thank
beautiful,
you.
Beautiful.
Good morning, everyone. My
morning.
name is Opeyemi Balogun. I want to take a life.
Okay, before we move on to the next person, I believe we have people joining us online too.
Yes.
So if you are joining us online, kindly introduce yourself, where you are joining from. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ajayi Tolokwe. Yeah, hi. So I'm a postgraduate student studying plant genetics and molecular biology. So, and my expectations for today is that I want to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I believe that by the end of today's section, I would be more courageous and be bold today.
Morning to Ibadan. Minutes this morning. Love it. So you guys are always busy. You don't have time for extracurricular activities. This is so nice.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. I'm Felicia Odeyemi. I'm a medical doctor as well. And I work as a resident doctor in the Department of Psychiatry in the University College Hospital, Ibadan. My expectations for today, I want to learn, especially from the experiences of women who have treaded the paths that I'm about to tread, or I'm treading already. I want to fly on the wings of their knowledge and wisdom. Thank you.
You will talk. Sorry.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So my name is Ishola Oluwapelumi. I'm a 500 level nursing student of the University of Ibadan. So I'm about to leave school. So yes, about to happen, and the growth I'm about to come into by listening to what people have gone through. So thank you.
Oh, that's amazing. Please, next person.
Good morning. My name is Fakoju Opeyemi. I'm a PhD student of the University of Ibadan. My expectation today is I'm open-minded to learn from people that
Welcome. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you for coming.
We have such beautiful expectations.
Yes,
We trust
yes.
that before the end of today, every one of them will be fulfilled. And much more, right?
So now we would be taking, so we have an unafraid declaration that we want us to take together as women, as ladies. So please, let's just rise to our feet as we take this declaration. So Ololade will be leading us on it. Just raise your hands up like this and just repeat after her. Because we believe that this conference is personal. Every one of us has to live here with that spirit of we have to let go of the spirit of fear, of threat, of anxiety, and that is what we want to declare to ourselves. Because words are powerful, words are important, words shape who we are. So please, let's just raise our hands and take this declaration together.
Okay, are we ready? Okay. I am unafraid.
I am unafraid.
I walk in faith, not fear.
I walk in faith, not fear.
I embrace my femininity.
I embrace my femininity
with strength and grace.
With strength and grace.
I rise above limitations.
I rise above limitations.
And
I am purpose.
I am a woman.
I am a woman.
Unafraid to live fully.
Unafraid to live fully.
Conference. Okay. I am unafraid.
I am unafraid.
I walk in faith, not fear.
I walk in faith, not fear.
I embrace my femininity.
I embrace my femininity.
With strength and grace.
With strength and grace.
I rise above limitations.
I rise above limitations.
And rise with courage.
And rise with courage.
I am light.
I am light.
I am purpose.
I am purpose.
I am a woman.
I am a woman.
Unafraid to live fully.
Unafraid to live fully.
Love deeply.
Love deeply.
And lead boldly.
And lead boldly. Thank you very much. Please, let's have our seat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So now we'll be taking the opening or the welcome address from the lead of the planning committee.
Yeah,
in person of Fola Kemi.
Kemi.
Please, let's jam our hands together for her. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies. Who is excited to be here? Like, I hope we came with energy. Oh. Did you come with energy? Good morning, ladies. Good morning, emerging women. I'm so excited to be here. Networking. Okay, you already know your neighbor's name. Call the person's name. Say, Folakemi. Relax. Relax. You are here to learn. And you're definitely going to have a good time. Tell the person again. Say, relax. Relax. You are here to learn. And you're definitely going to have a nice time. Welcome to Emerging Women Conference 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Fola Kemi. Are you guys excited? Okay, so let's do a quick call and response. So anytime I say Emerging Women Conference, you'd say unafraid, unashamed, unintimidated, and free. So you shout the free. You know when if you're in UI, I want to say, for mind that knows is the mind that free. You know how we should call that free. So that's what I want from us today. So when I say 2025 Emerging Women Conference, you say what? Unafraid, unashamed, unintimidated, and what? And free. So can we try now? Okay. 2025 Emerging Women Conference. Unashamed, unintimidated, and free. When I say free, you shake your body and say you're truly free. So let's try it one more time. The 2025 Emerging Women Conference, unafraid, unashamed, unintimidated, and free. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we'll be going to the next item on our program. So we'll be starting with keynote speech. Oh my goodness. There's going to be a mindset shift. You're going to learn a lot. Please just don't keep your notepad, your pen. Just bring it out. You're about to learn something that you've never heard before. You may have heard it somewhere, but the way you're going to hear it again, it's going to be different. It's going to be new. It's going to be fresh. And I know that
Toyin is a multi-potentialite contributing a genius through education, research, policy advocacy, social impact, and capacity development to empower individuals and institutions development. Toyin is a multi-potentialite contributing a genius through education, research, policy advocacy, social impact, and capacity development to empower individuals and institutions towards their highest potential. A PhD scholar at Tufts University, she founded One Foundation and has received multiple fellowships, shaping thought, leadership, education policy, and social entrepreneurship across Africa. Let's welcome Oluwatoyin Ajilore Chukwuemeka.
So the question is, what do we really want to talk about, right? I'll start with a question. And my question to you will be simple. If I say you should be unafraid, what is the next question that will come to your mind? Question now, not answer. Question. What did you say? Exactly. Unafraid of what? Because unafraid on its own makes very little difference. So we are asking. Professor Kwajubu just walked in. Good morning, ma. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming, ma. You have to sit in front. You will. Okay. Thank you. All right. I was saying that the next best question after if I say don't be afraid, like be unafraid, which means don't be afraid. The next question you ask me is afraid of what? Or unafraid. We can ask it as unafraid of what, but we can also ask it as afraid of what. Right? That's the next question. And maybe I should quickly say something. I'm an education researcher, so this was going to come out anyway. I always believe that there's something in Faculty of Science, University of Ibadan, the tagline that says, question and not answer, creating knowledge. I always say that anyone who wants to learn must learn how to ask questions. The way to find answers is always ask questions. So that's why I'm asking you, what's the next question in your mind? So if we're talking about unafraid of what, I will now turn it back to you. And I really wanted to ask. I wanted to have like a bit of sampling of thought. If I ask you, what is the primary 1 to 2 things? Don't let us make it 3 so that it will not become another conference by the time I give you the mic. But if I ask you, I'm going to need one of the protocols to please help me pass mic around because I want to, okay, yeah. Someone should please help me. Thank you. If I ask you what is the 1 to 2 top things that if you think about yourself right now, you hope to become unafraid of, something that tugs at your heart, something that maybe silently bothers you, and you will, if someone wants to do a miracle and they can get you to become unafraid of that thing, it will be your first 1 or 2 things. I would like to hear, what would that be? You can literally give anybody the mic because everybody have an answer to this. You can literally give anybody the mic. Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so when I thought about the question, 2 things that came to my mind. The first thing is my future.
So, future, okay. Yeah. When you say future, what exactly do you mean? Because there's a lot inside your future.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I have a lot of questions about the kind of woman I would evolve to be, the kind of places I would create influence.
Influence, okay.
Yes. And then the second thing that came to mind was marriage.
Marriage, okay.
Because I would love to be an independent woman, and I heard that independent women usually come to a lot of issues in marriage and all. So I think that's 2 things.
Thank you. You have actually said a lot, and you have really helped me. Okay, let me have like 2 or 3 more persons share. Yes. You have been looking like you wanted to share something, so I'm glad that the mic was given to you.
Okay. I think one thing actually came to mind, and that's be consistent.
Consistent with what?
Okay, to a very large extent, I feel like I know some things I want to do. I'm just, sometimes there's just that fear of, okay, will I be consistent in doing these things? So like consistently building myself, consistently showing up. I think that was the thing that came to mind.
So building yourself to become what?
Oh, okay.
I think it's still working.
Okay. Yeah, building myself to actually become like those things that I've seen God show me. Like, so I have a picture that, these are the things that you are going to do, and these are the things you are going to become. So like consistently building myself to achieve those things. Yeah.
So achieve the kind of things that you feel like are prophetic futures for you, something like that. Thank you. Can I have here? Thank you. I actually want to hear from Felicia. I'm putting her on the spot.
I'll say one thing that really makes me afraid is having it all without losing myself.
So having what all? What is the it all?
Doing well in my career, being successful, successful in family, raising my children, without having the sense of I'm just doing it for them. I'm just doing it to be applauded that, oh, this is a woman, you know, doing well in her career, or just because I want my children to say she's a great mother, just because I want my husband to be able to say she's a great wife. Like having it all, but at the same time not doing it for the, you know, public applause. Doing it because it's something I really want to do. And when I don't feel up to it, not being pressurized to want to do it because I'm thinking of what will these people that I really regard, my children, my husband, or people in various sectors, what would they begin to perceive of me? I don't know if I've communicated.
You have. Maybe people can see why I gave you the mic now. Because I know that there was a lot on your mind. I want one more person from the last row. Anyone you want to give to. What would you like to be unafraid of?
Presently, I honestly don't know.
You don't know. That's a very honest answer. Thank you. You might think you did not give an answer, but yes. It shows that you probably have not, you know, really sat down to think about it. Like,
okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you everyone for all of your answers. You would see, one of the things I wanted to point out first was that you will see that even though they are alike, they are still different. Because you were talking about being unafraid of being able to achieve a kind of prophetic future. But she was talking about something that looks like yours, but also look away from it. Because part of the thing she's saying that I heard, if I heard properly, was something that looks like, I want to be many things, but I don't want those things to define me. And at the same time, I want to be okay in case I don't become them. That doesn't sound like yours. There's something I'm trying to bring out from that. First of all, I feel that we underestimate how contrasting the matter of fears can be. Let me give you an example. I remember when I was in undergrad, all those times, the biggest fear in my life, well, not like in my life, but at least in my academics, was the idea of you start with first class, you do not end with first class. I was on a 6.2, and you know, if you are too close to 6.0 in UI, you are thinking like, oh, mom, I'm still on the fence, so Jesus, help my life. And I remember that it was a major thing in one of the biggest fear, and I knew that God came for that fear and dealt with it, was the fear of having 5.9. It was such a big thing in my heart. Very big issue. And you know how God dealt with it? By making me face the thing that I feared. Because just before my project, I had a 5.9. I remember when I saw it, when it was even my advisor, we call it supervisor here. My supervisor, my BSc supervisor that called me and told me, Tony, do you know the CGPA you are on right now before your project? I said, no, sir. He said 5.9. He even showed me. He said, so your project is your savior. Whatever you are doing, you must do it. It was just a fun. He was advising me, but it was a little bit of pressure too. And it was just before I'd already submitted the project. Yeah, just telling me, sir, it was supposed to just be defense. What do you want me to do in defense? Am I supposed to do a miracle? But that day, I remember leaving his office and I was walking back to Queensville, and I knew that it was not about pressure. It was that God wanted me to face that fear. Like, you can have 5.9 and you will not die. Even if you have the 5.9, you will not die. I made the first class, but it's been useful. But what has opened more doors for me right now? It's not because I made first class. If I even made that 5.9, I don't think a lot of things would have been different about my life right now. But here's what I wanted to say. I remember I was having a conversation with one of my maybe colleagues. I can't even remember who exactly. Some people fear some cause. She was talking about how she was so afraid that she was not going to make a 2-1 or something like that. And I remember in that instant, it dawned on me that, wait, the 5.9 that I'm fearing is somebody else's. And it occurred to me in that instant that fear can be a very contrasting thing. someone is afraid of marriage, like my sister was saying, you know, I want to be an independent woman, I don't want marriage to confine me, blah 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 blah. Someone is afraid that children will become a burden for them. I know we don't say some of these things out loud like that. We like to dance around it, but it's there, and it's when you are faced with it that you realize many times you don't even know how to name it. People, and to be honest, I don't blame us too. There's a way that the language of motherhood has been said again and again to the younger generation sometimes, and add it to the fact that we have told young women of this generation that the only way to be relevant is to be influential in a certain way. You know, your face is on poster, you are speaking in an event like this, blah 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 blah. You know, you're in church, you're doing great in church, and a lot of young women are realizing that all of that will not be funny. And we have all of these silent fears where people are, you know, some people are afraid of failure. Like, you know, we don't name it that way. But there are people who are concerned that if anything in their hand ever becomes big, it will put them under scrutiny. I know that because I used to be in that place. You know, it's funny that I do these kind of things now, because for the life of me, I would never have thought I would be able to do it. I still remember myself as a young child who used to sit inside the food seller store in my primary school simply because I didn't want to talk to people. For a good portion of my primary school, all those kind of children will be playing on the playground, not me. You will never find me there. Because the whole idea of just being in public space was a big issue for me. I remember I think my GSS2, we were supposed to do one inter-state, it was a state thing, or your state thing. It was supposed to be a public speaking event. And it was supposed to be all those debates now. I knew all of the ideas in my head. I knew what I could say. And when so they were supposed to select someone that was going to represent our school, St. Louis Grammar School, anybody that knows the school. Yeah. And I remember that they started it out first of all by saying, okay, if you have an idea, come, and you are going to present it to 2 teachers or something like that. Or I think 1 teacher. And I went. When I spoke to that 1 or 2 teachers, I spoke very well. Once we got to the next stage where I had to present to a panel of teachers, I lost my tongue. It was not funny. And the story was so funny because the teacher that I presented to she was so impressed by my ideas. She said to me, say it now. They selected someone that was not me, but she insisted that I must go. So if anybody told me later in life, and part of the reason was because a lot of people don't know. People say, you're a public person, but I'm not a public person. If you know me closely, you know I'm not. I'm not interested in anybody seeing my social media posts and now trying to figure out who my family is. I don't want you to know anything about me as much as possible. People are afraid of success. So, now, there are 2 things I'm trying to say, because I'm going to begin to put all of my words together. My session is just a beginning conversation. First is that the matter of being unafraid cannot be dealt with first on the level of I'm not afraid, I'm afraid of marriage, I'm afraid of success, I'm afraid of failure. Because many of the times, those ones are that you probably even prefer failure than success. You don't know yet because you have not faced it. So if we are dealing with the matter of being, I keep using the word unafraid because I don't just want to use fear. When we use fear, you can quickly denigrate it to an emotion in your mind. And I don't want you to do that because this is bigger than emotion. These are strong goals, mindsets, ways of perspective. That's why I keep using that word unafraid. That's why I didn't say, don't be afraid. I'm not using word fear because I don't want us to talk about it on an emotional level. Now, what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to put all of my words together. First is the fact that the matter of unafraid cannot just be dealt with on the level of I'm afraid that root. And say, do you understand? If I cut one branch right now and say, oh, I'm afraid that things will not go well. Things have gone well. you will find another fear inside that thing that went well. You know, I'm laughing because I'm remembering something. If one of my friends is watching this and what I'm about to say, she will also laugh where she is. We used to talk about how before, my friend in the US, we used to talk about how before we left Nigeria, there was the whole plans of all of this Japa process. Will it work? You know, will my visa money, will I get the visa? Will the money expire? And all of that. And there's a way that you can think that once you get the visa, you are in the plane, that's it. Until you get there. I realized that a whole new life with a whole new fear is waiting for you. The one that you could not have imagined. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't want you to just think of fear only from the perspective of where you are right now. Do you understand? You are a student. I don't want you to think of the issue of being unafraid as just about my grade. There are bigger things waiting for you. And the earlier you know how to deal with the matter of fear and all of that. And I prefer to use the word fret. And I'll tell you why in a minute. It's better for you to understand that how to deal with fret and all of these things cannot just be about the things that it is showing itself in right now. Do you understand? Because the way I think about it is that this thing can be like water. It takes the container, it takes the shape of the container that you give it. So if I pour water inside a round container, the water will look round. If I pour it into a square container, it begins to look square, same water. So if you are dealing with roundness, you have not solved the issue. Because by the time you move it, roundness disappears, because roundness was never the problem. Water was, if you put it into another context, it still takes that shape. So the question is, how then do we deal with fret? What is the better underlying way to think about this? What I have for you is a beginning of things I want you to think about. You know, when someone was asking me about this conference, I think I myself was thinking about it. I was asking myself, what do I hope that people go with? And one of the things that was on my heart was things to think about. I really hope that you leave here today with things that you are going to go and sit down and take it further in meditations. Take it further in deliberate thinking. So back to my question, which is what I'm trying to answer and I'm going to be out of here, is how then do we deal with fret that does not just cut the branches and leave the root? How do we deal with fret that does not just address things that are just about our current season? My sister that was talking about independent women, and I understand you, my God, because that picture was put into my mind too. That if you're a woman who, I would not even like to use the word independence, because I don't think what I would describe myself as now is independence. What I would call myself is someone who has and own a voice. And by voice, I don't mean this voice I'm using to talk to you. And I don't even mean voice in terms of influential voice. Is that a woman who has a sense of where she's going, a sense of direction, a sense of ownership of her own life. Do you understand? And the way, of course, I can understand you in the sense that, you know, we've been told that those kind of women maybe sometimes struggle with marriage or struggle with submission as believing women and all of that. But all of these things come down to what I was about to talk about. So what should we deal with instead? I tried my best to not get here. I have to be honest, because what I'm about to say might be uncomfortable. But it dawned on me that there's no other way to say it than that. At the heart of many of our fret concerning our life, our future, marriage, motherhood, and all of that is really a fret for our lives. And what I mean by that is, at the heart of it is, please let her cry, it's fine, she's part of us. All right. I realized that at the heart of it is a fear of losing yourself in a certain way. Let me use marriage as an example, because it's the one that is the one that we all easily can relate to it. And it's the one that sometimes is the place where we are the most honest about this, because it involves someone else. The sense that young women feel like marrying and working in, when I say marriage, please, I'm talking godly marriage now. Yeah, let me put that one. You know, working in the whole idea of partnership and leadership, in submission, you know, all those godly principles, is going to put them at a risk of losing control over their own lives. She's already doing, yeah, because, yeah, it's true. But the truth is that that thing is under everything else. It's just a little bit more obvious when it comes to marriage, because that one you can easily say, what if the person starts to do me bad because it's someone else? But I can also tell you how that even shows, even in things like, you know, what God has said about my future. Part of the things is just because we need to understand that everything that we do, we are doing it inside a context, inside a societal context, an environmental context. And in that context, there are things that are valued. In time past, in times of maybe people like our moms, it was okay for women to want to take a job where they can be home at 2 p.m. It was even a thing of pride. It was a thing of pride. But times have changed. Now, it's not even okay for you to just say you are a doctor. You have to say you are a doctor, but you also do this, but you also do that. There's just that sense of we are in a context that have put certain values and expectations upon us. That if you are going to be a woman who is having a good future, you have to be multi-influential. You have to, mother, wife, we know all these things. And I don't have a problem with it. The issue is not that I'm trying to tell you don't. If I'm saying that to you, I'd be a liar. Because just my own life myself is going to prove that wrong. But there's something I'm really trying to say. Is that we have set ourselves in a context where we are afraid that we will lose a sense of control, that our person will command the sense of control in the world if we are not a certain way. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me say it again. There's a sense of which we are concerned. We give it nice names, like relevance. Like, you will not be relevant if you are not a certain way. And you can put anything inside, whatever your own will be. You won't be relevant. You won't be visible. We have names for it, but at the heart of it is a sense of we just need to feel like we are always in charge, in control, and on the top. And anything that challenges that a little becomes a problem, becomes something that our response to it will be threat. I'm not saying you should not be multi-potentialite. Why not? Be. But the question is, the day you have to drop one of those things, what happens to you? I'm not saying that you should not, I'm not saying that marriage is, do you understand, get married and all of that. But if in your journey there's going to be a waiting process that is beyond what people normally expect you to have married, what will happen to you? That's the question. With those kind of situation that takes you out of things that we have called, that make people, do you understand, relevant and all of that, will it put you in a place of threat? Just want to grab and clutch at so many things that make us feel in control. When I was talking about this event, when I was talking about my session with my husband, and I was just having this conversation with him, some of the things I wanted to discuss, and there was a blunt way that he said it, and I'm going to say it that way. But he's saying it from a Christian's perspective. He said, our biggest problem is that we are afraid to die. and down and die, it will abide alone. He was saying something. When he said whoever is going to follow him, we have to do what? Take up his cross and follow. He was saying something. The meaning of that is, there's no way to deal with threat until you are comfortable to lose control. Part of the reasons why the idea of motherhood is a stress to a lot of young women, and I'm saying this honestly because I was talking to someone, I had a whole season before I'm really thankful to God that God had to expose me to see, do you know that somewhere in your heart you're afraid of motherhood? And initially I was like, no, I'm not. I even want child and all of that, me to certain things. And I began to face like, oh my God, I didn't think I think this way. You know, the wonderful thing about God is that he knows how to open your, like, show you the things you don't want to hear. They are there, but you yourself, you don't even realize. Things that you fear the most that God used to use to challenge you, because he needs to show you that if you lose control, you will still be fine if you rest in him. So you see why I was saying that I had a choice from the beginning, because this was not necessarily the way a lot of people, when they were seeing the Unafraid, thought I was going. What I'm really saying, what was in my heart when I was thinking of Unafraid, is unafraid to so don't let me use that word. But if you continue to grow into that sense of knowing that if you let go, you are not going to crash. That there's a hand bigger than you that can carry you. Do you understand? To work with a man as a leader, someone you submit to, it will still need it. But when you are not entering it fearful that it is about to change your life, confine you and all of that, to deal with the issues that come with it would be very different. Let me give you an example. If my sister, Muson, have a premonition in my mind to wound her or cause her harm, and two of us are passing, she thinks of that about me, but she doesn't think of that about her. And two of us are passing, and I hit her, and she hit her. Do you think the response will be the same? How will she respond to her? Exactly, defensive. Thank you. And you see this thing I just said, it's actually what is happening with many of us when it comes to issues of marriage and all of these things. Many of the things that we are fighting, it's not that thing. It's just that we are so expensive. Have marriages over 30. It's not because the person you are married is not an angel. They will, just the way you have issues, they will have issues too. But when you are not in it with a sense of the institution itself, you can deal with it from a whole different perspective that makes things better for both of you. But once she thinks that I'm after her, anything I do, it is interpreted from that perspective. It's the same thing. I'm using some of the biggest examples like marriage, mother, because these are some of the biggest things that I've found that young women are grappling with fear over. So, a young woman gets married and she has a balanced perspective, and for whatever reason, her husband have to move. And that means, let me use the word we like to use, uprooting her from the things that she's used to, the places that she's used to. Maybe she already built a business. Okay. About the whole concept of marriage and what it's supposed to do to her. We determine how she reacts to that. You know, because this was what I was saying. You do not care about my own dreams. But the truth is that there are certain times when one dream will wait for the other. We don't like to have this conversation. Or many times we just want to think about it only from ourselves alone. You know, usually when I hear women talking about, because most of the time you're only thinking about what it's going to do with you. But it's a person too, a God's son, a God's child just like you. What contribution are you supposed to make in his life if all you are your own dream? But anything that we say for you to support his own dream, it looks as if it's patriarchy. Do you understand? Because there's just a strong sense of I didn't want to use this word, self-centric. So we want to be in charge, we want to be in control, we want everything to revolve around ourselves. And because of that, anything that remotely look as if it's not allowing us to do that, because something that we become afraid of. One thing I want you to take out of this session, this particular session, is that our conversation today is to bring us to rest. We will not lose in the end. Sometimes that will look like what the word calls sacrifice. A close friend of mine, literally, booming business, things going well, but she went with her husband. She did. In societal context, it has set values. She didn't lose a thing. But the issue is not necessarily that. It's not even him that she trusted. That's what I'm saying. This is not about the other person. That's what we have all of these plans in our head. I'm sorry to let you know. Yeah, it might go like that. For most of the time, many of it will not go that way. But what will put you in a place where you are not jittering through life will be to know that you are in the hands of the one who actually can carry. There's no how to say this thing than to talk about God. There's no other way. I don't know any other way. Because this word is not designed to give you peace. By now you should know that. And the only way to enjoy even the rest that is God, the only way to get it is to be unafraid to let control go into his hands. That even if people have capacity to hurt you, because I'm not naive. I'm not naive. I know that there are terrible marriages. I was having with someone and she was talking about, omugo experiences. Terrible. People have had really bad experiences that make them, even if you hear those kind of things, you will fear motherhood. I will not blame you. Hearing stories of, mother-in-law come and stay, and you are still expecting that the person that just gave birth is the one that will cook, clean, do everything. This you won't. It's true, you won't. You won't have rest. You have to. That even in the badness of the world, his hand can protect you. But to protect you, you have to let go. Remember, if you want to rescue someone who is drowning, and they are still doing hand like this, trying to save themselves, they are going to drown. How many people know? You actually need to wait for the person to stop trying to save themselves to be able to save them. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Have you heard about it before? You actually have to wait, because the more they are doing like this, you cannot save them. And that's how many of us are right now. You are trying to fight. Me, I cannot do this with a man. Calm down. Like, seriously. I'm saying it because I used to be there before too. Calm down. See, if you are in a murky water, this world is like we are drowning. Let's not lie to ourselves. Every day is hard. Nigeria is even worse. We are drowning. But the truth is that we cannot save ourselves. You just keep doing that like this. You read terrible stories on Instablog Niger. You will see all of these things. You will see terrible things. And they will put you in a place where you feel like the world is against you. But I'm saying to you that if you can, that there's all I'm saying is really that the fact that God can carry you. And if you are comfortable to be unafraid to let control into his hand and let him carry you, and stop trying to pass the word through your own eyes only by yourself, it's the safest place to be. Right? How does this happen when your child is crying at 2 a.m.? How does it happen when you're at work, something is happening at home? That's why we have all of these conversations that we want to have today. Is how has this happened for women who have gone ahead of us? And that's why the choice of speakers was very deliberate. First of all, I ensured that they were godly women whose perspective are not shaped by Juru. That's the truth. Because those ones, you will never have rest. Because many of us are annoyed in our heart against, for example, maybe men or anything like that. And it's not because anybody did you anything. It's because you read something somewhere. It's inherited annoyance. I feel like many of us underestimate how much these things shape our perspectives. You have read in places where people have said that motherhood made people lose themselves. You think it didn't affect you, but it's stored somewhere in your mind. Until the day you are about to get to motherhood yourself, and somewhere in your heart, you are just uncomfortable, you don't know why. What I'm hoping that we leave here with today is, first of all, a perspective that in a world that is murky, in a world where evil really exists, that if we are comfortable to be unafraid to let ourselves into God's hand, it can keep us safe. That's first. Second is, how then does this translate in our everyday life? That's why we want to have conversation with our mommies. We want to have conversations around single, married, and motherhood. Generally, God knows that as a person, I try to avoid marriage conversations outside. I have it with my people in private spaces, but I'm beginning to see more and more reason why I need to have it, because I realize that there's a lot out there that have created a lot of perspective, that people are in a place of mind that are just inherited from stories that are not your own. They are not your own. I don't understand how how can we hear all of these other things that can reshape our thinking. That's what we want to do here today. So thank you so much, everybody. I think I need to end here, and we're going to continue. Let me have it back to my speakers. Thank you.
Wow, please let's jam our hands together for her again. Wow, wow, wow. That was such a powerful session, right? Even if you decide to end this conference here, I believe you are going on with something. Okay. So I have a question for us. Before I go into that, we want to also recognize our online audience. We have some that are joining us online. Christabel from Germany. Please, let's jam our hands together. We recognize you. Peace Oluwayemi from Lagos. Thanks for joining us. Glory from Lagos. Thank you for joining us. Yesterday from Canada. Yes, I believe we have others too. Thank you for joining us. So this is such a powerful session to begin with, actually. For me, I'm blessed. You can see my notepad. I believe we're jotting. Okay, so please, protocol, please, I will need you to give mic. Okay, so who can tell me what actually stood out for you from this keynote speech? You can volunteer, or I will just call someone. I believe there are so many things that, for me actually, that I've actually learned from this particular session. Because there's no how you'll be with Mrs. C and then you'll not learn anything. Okay. Please give her the mic.
So the first thing that I learned from this keynote session is that the matter of being unafraid cannot be dealt with the branches, which is what are the things that you're afraid of, but the roots, like looking at it from not just what you're afraid of physically or maybe by the state that you are presently, but looking at it from the perspective of dealing with it through the help of the one that can help you deal with it, and that's God. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sister. You've even summarized it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, another person. Okay, someone is raising hand here.
Okay, so I will just talk about where she ended, talking about the fact that some women are afraid of things they've not faced yet, and that's just true. That's what is common these days. So I love that fact that we have to pay attention to ourselves first of all, not about others. It's not just about them. We have things that we are afraid of, like what was said. Maybe you're afraid of losing yourself. Why not just pay attention and deal with issues that you have? and trust God to carry you through the journey of life. So that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. One more person. Wow. I believe we are also learning from this. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. One defining thing for me is that it's like an introspection kind of thing. That where do I find my value? Defining my value system, because we live in a world where there's a lot of pressure. Like she said, if you are not doing certain things, you feel like you are not up to par, like you are worthless. So it's more like, where do I find my value system? What my value is it in the job I do, becoming visible, or the career path I choose to pursue? Like, it's really like a thing for me to go back with, to really think about, where do I find my value in? Is it in things or in God? Because it will help me to let go, like she talked about, and know that I'm in God. And I know that if my life is in God's hands, it cannot spoil.
Oh, thank you so much. Please, let's jam our hands together for them. They've all said beautiful things. Yeah, for me, one thing that is, standing out for me is that this issue of being unafraid is actually a thing of mindset. So, because she's saying that we cannot deal with it on a surface level, right? So that means we have to look at what are those underlying things that is making you to be, because she said that it's not just about now. Yes, you might be afraid of things now, but there are some things that is also waiting for you in the future. So that means you have to deal with that thing that is making you to be what? Afraid, which is what? Mindset. So to me now, the summary of what she has been saying, what I'm getting is that being unafraid is a thing of mindset. So I also want to ask, when she was there, she made mention of like she has expectations. So I want to know if these expectations are being met already, even though we still have other sessions, right? We still have intergenerational sessions, we still have so many panel sessions, award session. But I want to know if truly, if you are to live here now, I want to know if our expectations are being met. So do you have anyone that wants to speak on that? Or just tell me one of our expectations and if it has actually been met in you, if it is currently happening to you now. Thank you. Do you have someone that wants to do that? Okay, yeah. Please let me give her a mic.
I think one thing she said was that the theme of the event or the conference is not necessarily what we expect, like being influential, being
I mean living here today. By the time you are leaving this conference,
yes.
Like what are the things you are going home with?
Going home with is to go home with a redefined sense of what it means to be unafraid. So that was why I started there.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, and we are also going to go home. We have things we are going to think about. I believe right now we should be thinking on some things, because these are not some of the things we are expecting at this conference, but right now we are already thinking, So we have much more is actually going to happen today. So I'm going to be going into the next session. That is networking and game and networking.
All right, thank you, everybody. 2025 Emerging Women Conference.
Please, the energy is too low.
So you guys came late. You don't know what we are saying, right? So you know that you are late, right? What should be the sanction for late coming? We'll pardon you. Don't worry. So let's do it for them. So when I say 2025 Emerging Women Conference, you say unafraid, unashamed, unintimidated, and free. So let's go. 2025 Emerging Women Conference. Unafraid, unashamed, unintimidated, and free. Thank you very much. So we'll be going next to the games and networking session, because we believe that there's somebody beside you that you must know about. You must know the details about her. And that is what we'll be going into. I found a mentee for her. 600 level, 200 level. I mean, you're sitting beside somebody that might or will influence your life in the future. So we don't want to take it for granted. So this is the networking question. So this is how the game is going to go. You find somebody that asks this. Somebody who is a first child can make her own hair or delete. So the more people you find that ask this, the more your points. And at the end of the day, we'll get the winner. So yes, you stand up, network with somebody. While you are doing that, if you find somebody, let's say you're having a conversation with somebody and she mentions that, oh, she's a first child, you've ticked that on your list. Take a selfie. Yes. So 2 things. If you find that person, you take a selfie with that person. And we're hoping that you post on Instagram and tag us. Our Instagram handle is at the emerging_woman. At the emerging_woman. So the more people you find that has all this, the more your points, and then we'll gather the winner for the day. So we have 10 minutes to do this. Please, in the background, there's this song by 10th Avenue. Media, if you can help me find it, Control by 10th Avenue. Just play that in the background while everybody networks. Take a selfie with the person. If you find the person, make sure you take a selfie. So that as much person as you can find. Let's do that. Let's network. Meet somebody, take a selfie, get to know them. And there's another peg to it. You find out something that is specifically unique about that person that is not on this list. You get more points for that. So let's go. So let's go. Who are you? Everybody has to stand up and meet somebody and find. It's a game, so it's not just about networking. You have to find somebody that has any of these things. So media, just play Control in the background for me. Control by 10th Avenue. Let me come here. Control, somehow you want me. 10th Avenue North. Okay, so let's do that.
Our time starts now.
Please, let's make sure we take a selfie. We must take a selfie with whoever we find. Thank you. And please collect their Instagram and follow them on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, anywhere.
Still you call me your child. God, you don't need me, but somehow you want me. Oh, how you love me. Somehow that frees me to take my hands off of my life and the way it should go. Oh, God, you don't need me, but somehow you want me. Oh, how you love me. Somehow that frees me to open my hands up.
Because I know that they don't know any other one about that's like
King of heaven wants me. This world has lost its grip on me.
I know that. Well, I'm currently working in Akure, assisting Akure, the High Court Akure. So I go on Mondays and Thursdays because my husband is here, my family. Well, family is where we are very but I just I work in Akure like 4 years ago.
But do you still lecture?
No. Yeah, because you can't do it. Because even when it's lecturing, things that give me joy is the teaching. I won't even call it the interaction because I never taught actually because all my classes used to be interactive. I would have told them where to read beforehand. When we come to class, we have a conversation. I say I don't stand in front of class I'll just be asking them questions. I'm supposed to have read. And I used to take joy in starting from the back of the class.
Still you call me your child. God, you don't mean it, but somehow you want me. How you love me, somehow that frees me to take my hands off of my life. And the way you should go. God, you don't mean it, somehow you want me. Oh, how you love me, somehow that frees me to take my and give you control. I give you control. I've had shattered and broken. Fall through my hands. You have plans to redeem and restore me. You're behind and before me. Oh, help me believe.
I believe we're rounding up now. Okay, so let's all sit down. So now, I didn't know I was going to have gifts. So now I'm going to be very strict. I met Honorable Justice Professor Alero, and I found out that she's a very nice lecturer and professor. But me, I'm not there yet. For me, I'm going to start out with wickedness. I'm going to be very strict. So if you don't answer all my questions correctly, nothing for you. Yes, nothing for you. So who wants to go first? You want to tell me the people you've met, which of the questions you've ticked and the like. So volunteer, first person, who is going first? People would not meet anybody. So you took more than one selfie with somebody today. Who did you take a selfie with? Who did you take a selfie with? 2 people. Who took more than 2? You took more than 2. Sorry, please come forward. I told you I'm not a nice person like that, so I'm giving it to whom I have to take. Thank you very much. Say okay. It's present. Can my face show? I should come down. Okay. You talk to one another, and I hope you learned a thing or two from each other. So we'll be going on now to the intergenerational panel session, and let's clap our hands together. I'm so excited about this. Like, you guys don't know about it, but you will know very soon. You will soon know, because we've brought together women, powerful women. They are not just ordinary women; they are godly women that have lived the life, they've walked the life, they've invested in this life and they're here to pour into us and pour into you. So have your questions ready. We know that we sent out a form to ask about what unhinged questions do you think that would you have asked your mother and you think she should. You couldn't ask your mother and you're not willing to talk about now. So would be, I think the panel session will be based off of those questions that were filled on the form. And
you need to sit, relax.
You need to just sit down and relax. Yes, you're going to be immensely blessed. So we'll take the citation of our speakers or panel session. This panel session will be moderated by Mrs. C herself and Miss Kende Agbola. So we'll just listen to the citation and then we'll bring them on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chiki, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
In the Department of Agricultural Administration at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. She holds a PhD in Agricultural Extension and Rural Development from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. She is a 2011 Award Fellow and also belongs to the Association for International Agricultural and Extension Education, USA, among other associations. She is passionate about improving the livelihood of rural women, lives of young adults, young women, widows, and single parents, being a widow with a young adult girl child. Join me as I welcome Professor Oluwakemi Fapojuwo. Justice Professor Alero E. Akeredolu obtained a Bachelor of Law from the University of Benin in 1987 and was called to the Nigerian Bar in 1988. She holds a Master of Law and a PhD from the University of Ibadan. She began a career in legal practice before transitioning into academia, teaching at Lee City University and later at the University of Ibadan. She was appointed Professor of Law, Alternative Dispute Resolution at Ajayi Crowther University in 2017. In 2021, she made history as Nigeria's first female full Professor of Law to be appointed a High Court judge. Justice Akeredolu has received numerous awards and recognitions from institutions including the Nigerian Bar Association, the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, the Institute of Peace and Strategic Studies, Ajayi Crowther University, and the Federal University Oye-Ekiti, among others, for outstanding contributions to law, education, and public service. She is married to Pastor Kolawole Oluwapelumi Akeredolu, and they are blessed with 3 children. Her hobbies include reading and watching legal and investigative fiction. Ladies, please welcome Honorable Justice Professor Alero E. Akeredolu. Mrs. Olubukola Salako is a devoted child evangelist, social worker, and trained family therapist whose passion for nurturing godly generations has spanned nearly 3 decades. A woman of deep conviction and purpose, she has dedicated her life to strengthening homes and building families anchored in faith, emotional balance, and social well-being. She is the founder of Baker's House, a flourishing confectionery and events brand that has grown beyond business into a vibrant platform for mentoring and empowering young women to live purposefully and achieve financial independence. Married to Professor Adebowale Salako, she co-steers a discipleship and mentorship ministry that continues to shape lives, restore families, and raise kingdom-minded believers. Mrs. Salako's life is a radiant testament to faith in action, compassionate leadership, and unwavering commitment to godly impact. Please make welcome Mrs. Olubukola Salako.
I should probably first of all talk about the art of this session. The reason why we wanted to have this session. To be honest, I realized the biggest way to say it is that I realized that a lot of wisdom was getting lost between generations. Thank you. All right. I was saying that I realized that a lot of wisdom was getting lost between generations. Is this working? Okay, you can hear me, right? All right. I realized that a lot of wisdom was getting lost between generations. And what I mean by that is simple. What I mean by that is many of us are not realizing, and when I say us, I say younger people, we are not realizing the weight of wisdom that already exists around us that is encaptured in many of these our older women. And many of us are walking around with issues and the answers are beside you, but it is lost in language, the Gen Z language. In fact, I remember someone just said when we were having the introduction, someone was saying how she was sat for this, and you can see Mommy Sadako's face, like, what does that even mean? So there's a language difference where they sometimes don't understand what we are saying in our questions, and we are not understanding the answers that they are giving to. There's also the part of the fact that you really cannot maximize what you don't realize. And part of the reason why we decided to do that this year was to create an avenue where younger women can hear from older women and see that, honestly, many of these things that we are thinking are new problems, they've been there, done that. Some of the things that are looking like big deals to you, they've gone through experiences that gives answers to many of them. And that's what we're hoping to do. So we're going to be asking questions. We've collated questions. I think I'm going to have this mic changed. Yeah, I need to have this mic changed. Thank you. Let me see if I can. Okay, I think this is even better. All right. So our conversations are going to actually be around several kind of things, from, think about it, from about themselves, about money, about motherhood, about career. You see, we have several kind of women here. So, Ma, thank you so much again. And I have my wonderful, wonderful friend and sister who is also going to be working with me to do this.
You're welcome.
All right, Ma, I'm going to just start with, let me start with Mami Fakojuwo on that side, and I'm going to go one after the other. I feel like one of the biggest questions that kind of repeated itself a little, not exactly in the same way, but I can hear that was a lot of younger women wanted to ask is, Mommy, just tell us, how did you navigate your 20s and 30s? Because many of us feel like we are going through a lot. Like, it's just as if you woke up one day, you were 17, life was cool, all you had to do was WAEC and all of that. That was your biggest problem. And you woke up another day, you were 26, and now there are so many things tugging you here and there. If you think back to your 20s and your 30s, what were like the biggest things that stood out for you about how you navigated that season that helped you to where you are now? Yeah, I think you should.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
it's working.
it's okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's nice to be here. And thank you for this opportunity. Well, I finished my first degree at 21. So, well, during that time, well, I gave my life to Christ. I was raised from, I'm a CSC background, Babalola special. So, all my families are still CSC, my mom up till now, and two of my younger sisters. But marriage took me to the Redeemed Christian Church of God. So I'm still talk on CSC. So, well, I gave my life to Christ when I entered university. When I had my first degree at Ogun State University, now Olabisi Onabanjo. So that was where I met Christ. And, well, then it was more about passion for God, actually. Every other thing was secondary. Let me put it. It was how much you can do for God. How much can God take over your life? How much are you willing to pour out yourself to God? So it was more about building a relationship with God, and then God will sort every other thing out. That was how my 20s were. My teenage to 20s. That was how it was. Then left school, went for service. Yeah. Actually, to be sincere, during that time, I was not even thinking about marriage. Sincerely. There is this rest in me that it will come when it will come. I don't know, but that was, I'm talking about me as Kemi. It was, well, there were no pressures from home, actually, from my mom or from my dad, that you need to bring the person, we want to know the guy, we want to. So it was more about be fulfilled in life. Who do you want to be? What do you want to become? It's not about marriage. It's not about bringing husband. It's not about raising children. So it was a different context entirely. It was discovering yourself. It was more about how do you want to, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Not about who do you want to marry. I went for an induction yesterday, for an induction for nurses, and I was going through the pamphlet that they gave us for, they put the name of the inductees. And they were asking for career aspiration. And one girl put their Oga's wife. It's I don't know, it's blew. In fact, I had to say is Oga's wife. Is Oga's wife. I couldn't fathom where that was coming from. But I couldn't see her. So I had to leave. I couldn't see her. So I had to leave. But then that was it. So when I went for service, in fact, service, yes, it was about God. I served in Jos, which was the headquarters of NCCM. So it was more about, that's where people, Papa and Mama, they come. Exactly, ma. They come. That's where from all over. NCCM from all over Nigeria. And what informed me then was that, I'm sorry I'm taking a bit of time. What informed me then was that there was this, one of my lecturers. She was very young. She's late now, but she was very young, very witty. And, they were doing Dagbagon, and they were struggling with the PhD. I was not saying that what is the big deal about this PhD that they are just making noise about. If this sister can do it, I can do it. And that was why I set my mind I was not the best selling. I didn't have 2-1. I missed it by a whisker because we finished the exam 300 level, and I finished my last paper. I got back to my hostel. I wanted to cook the last supper, the rice, and wash my pot and everything and go back to Ibadan. And they just told me that all our exams leaked. You can imagine that all our exams, at least about 6 of our major courses, leaked. And anybody that's an agri student here or graduates as an agri student, you will know that 300 level is the most tedious for any university degree. And I just finished, just trying to cook my last rice, and they told me that exam leaked. And they gave us 1 week that we are coming back to rewrite 6 papers. We are saying, no, we will fight, we will do this. We wrote it though. We wrote it well. And that was how I missed my first class, because I don't, my 2-1, because I'm a person, I don't read for exams. I read far ahead. But it was so demoralizing, so destabilizing that we need to work. Are we going to write? Are we not writing? And we wrote. So I just made up my mind that even with that is not going to disturb me from being who I want to be. and I decided to pursue the career. I went in for my master's and things like that. So along the line, that was when marriage came, or when I met my husband. So it was not something that was on my mind as is on you guys' mind now. And then there were no pressure. As we put pressure on you now, sorry, unfortunately, we do that now because it's like a stereotype, what the society has. No, it's true. We might not say it openly, but somehow subtly, we try to, so we try to do it, but God is helping us to be much more better. Just like I tell my daughter, sometimes I say, well, be careful, we are just navigating this part together. As it is new to you, it's also new to me. I'm also raising a teenager for the first time. And I'm also raising a young adult for the first. So you have to take it easy on ourselves. So as I do you, you do me. So we have to we wash our hands together. So we are both navigating it. So we have to be fair on one another. So that was how it came in. And when marriage came, fine. But it didn't last more to 2 years. I married at 27. I had my baby at 28. I lost my husband at 29. So that is another 30. It was a different ball game altogether. But I can say that God is faithful. When I say that, I meant it from the depth of my heart. It's not easy, I'm not going to lie to you. It's not an easy road, it's not an easy journey, but under God, it was doable. Rough, tough, even people that you expected should be there, they were not there. But God was constant. That is one thing. And for that my 30s was another ball game. You understand? At 29. So it was another story for 30s. I didn't have my own 30s smooth as other people had their own 30s. Being the first child, being a widow, have to see my sisters through school, have to take care of my parents, have to take care of myself too, and also build my career, because it was then I just started my PhD. In fact, I abandoned it for about 3 years, but thank God for my supervisor. He said, Kemi, you have waited enough. We have to come back. It was still in my mid-30s. That you have to come, you have to finish this program. By fire, by force, you must finish it. Anything, we have to do it. And we did it together. So it was a lot of things, but thank God that, but what I want to say is that the God factor is the main factor. There's nothing you can do, because it was God that actually helped me through that 30s. I cannot lie to you. Some days are better than others. But in all, God was faithful, and He's still faithful.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Wow. And that's the thing. I feel like that's one of the things that makes us easily sometimes disregard the wisdom of our parents, because we don't know their stories. We don't realize that some of them went through a lot more than you are going through right now. They went through a lot. Like, I can't actually, I was thinking about it. I didn't even know she was going to talk about it by herself. I was asking my, like, how much should I ask mommy about this question about losing her husband early and all of that? And I'm glad that she already talked about it. The second thing that stood out for me is the way I'm seeing what you're saying, mommy, is like you spent your 20s and 30s, particularly your 20s, pursuing and knowing God. And that God became your mainstay through the tough 30s. And like you are saying, if I can extrapolate, He has been God such that He could hold you through whatever life brings.
Yes. Because I didn't even know that's what life is going to throw to me early.
Remember what I said that
so
time.
I was expecting, I married a wonderful man. If I have to choose again, the time of preparation actually came to bear very well then. And now that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is that why should it be? I said that is my own response to that question of why. I said with all of this, I don't even wish it for my enemies. So that settles it. So let your question now be, what are you trying to teach me from this? It was hard, It was a hard shift, but it was when I started asking what that doors begin to open.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mommy. Like you've answered a number of questions on our list without even planning to. Mommy, I'm going to come to you, Mommy. And the question I was going to ask you, because I had to even go to profiles and ask more questions about you to have a bit more context. And a number of the things that you said to me, I found them really, really interesting. Mommy, for someone like you, how did you navigate, or how have you been navigating? You are a pastor, you are a judge, you are a mother of 3 grown kids, and this is
life and say grace. I was intelligent, I'm the child that we have double promotion. You are going, you are just, everything is just like, but to be fair, that's the meaning of my name. Alero means, so I met Christ in the university. I grew up in a Christian home, but I actually gave my life to Christ in my 3rd year in university. So I entered university quite early. I was 15 because I had done the double promotions along the way. So I entered at 15. So they had to swear affidavit. They had to swear affidavit for me that I was 15 when I entered the university. Yeah. So school was easy. But when I met Christ at my 300 level, and I had plans because I thought I'm young. I need to live before I start thinking about all this marriage and all of these things. So even when the people are praying for marriage and all those things in school, they always pray that kind of prayer. It didn't used to make sense to me. I'm like, look, when it's time, we will start praying that prayer, because for me, I have too many things that I really want to pursue in life before I start thinking about marriage. And then I graduated. So I finished my youth service. It was after youth service I celebrated my 21st birthday. So my mom called me one day and said, "You, this child, you are behaving like somebody that doesn't want to stay long on earth." Because it's like you are rushing. Where are you going? Everything is just too rushed. It's like you don't want to stay. I said, I plan to stay. By that time I had met Christ. So all those things about, say anything negative, you just answer back. I said, I'm going to be here for a long time. And they came again and they were praying. And I said, okay, let us shall pray. Because at this point, and they came again and they were praying. And I said, okay, let us shall pray. Because at this point, that I had taken my master's form. I knew I was going for masters and all of that. So, and I got started working with Akeredolu and Olujimi Chambers. And that was how I met the younger brother of my Oga. So everything, so by 23, I was married. I had children. I was already having children. My first son is, my son is married with 2 children. So because he too started doing early kind things too, like me, So along my life, I have even the career I chose law because that was the one that's an art student. That was the professional course for an art student. That's why I took law. It's not as if I really wanted like that. But when I entered into it, I now decided what kind of law do I want to be. So to that conclusion that I would like to be a judge. And so early in my career, I started pursuing it. My first child, twist and turn, something, and what tell me about some major things that have happened to me in life and all of that. My daughter was ill, but I like walk as a human being. I like walking. When I'm walking, I'm alive. So my daughter was ill, and I had a matter in Lagos. So we're living with, so she gave me a house. She gave me a house help. My boss gave help. My boss gave me a vehicle. And I carried the child to Lagos. And manage it like that. So set up the chambers, and that's how that was after my daughter died a year. And then he said, look, we can't do this. When I realized I was going to have another baby.
I have a quick question, man. I'm sorry that I'm cutting you short. I really want you to. I'm curious. You went to do work, and when you were coming back, the child was sicker, and you lost the child. Did you have to struggle with the idea that, oh, maybe if I did not think, that idea of maybe I placed my career above my family, that's why this happened. Did you have to struggle with that? How did you navigate that?
Some days it occurs to me, but in everything in life, please, your partner is perhaps somebody that hears God. Somebody that hears God, fears God. Hears God and fears God. So important. 2 years ago, I was talking in church, and I said to the people, I said, please help me appreciate my husband. I said, because he's a good man. Because I remember this incident. I was preparing for service. That one you took is all right. Let her go. Just leave this husband for me. We will have some other ones. So for me, it was not now a question of was I to blame or was I not to blame. Because I'd had those thoughts sincerely that, maybe if I didn't take care, if we had gone to hospital, if we had done this, But when we had that conversation, I said, whoever was at fault is their problem. If it's me, if it's not me, fine. Everything shall work together for good. I still have my husband. Now we still have 3 lovely children. So that's, but my foundation has always been everything work out for good. I didn't plan to be the things I am today. I didn't plan them. The only thing I can know that is an ambition or a goal was becoming a judge. I didn't plan to go into academics. Remember, I left it for years. When I now decided to do law, my last child was like 1 year. And I decided, why not? So I enrolled. That's when I did my master's. My last child was born in 99. Yeah. My master's, I graduated 2002-2003 set in UI, master's. And I did LLB, 1987. So you can imagine 87 to master's in 1990 something. But I did it, and to the glory of God, the brain was still working. So I still had 2 prizes. And then it was PhD grade. And I didn't plan to either continue, but my supervisor called, that eventually became my supervisor. He said, don't you want to do a PhD? You want to waste it? And can you go? I said, I beg, I'm not, that's not my goal. What am I going to do with it? He said, no. He said, just come, I will supervise you. So by the time they gave me admission, it was almost 1 year, 1 session had gone. So I finished early. That was how I got into, and immediately I got PhD. It was as if they were looking for somebody with PhD. Lead City was just coming up. That's how I started in Lead City. And so it was just like, okay, let's be doing what our hand can find to do until we get to the desire of our heart, which is to become a judge. And I was applying. But in the interim, I was doing everything. I do everything. So, but there was a day, and for me, that is where God, God always exceeds your expectations if He wants to make you a light. So I was at a program. It was organized by Momito Shueton at Goshen. It was my first ever. I don't like attending different programs. Me and my church were okay. That's normal me before, but now. So I attended this program, and it was because my pastor was going to speak. And in the meeting, God spoke to me and said, I was still a senior lecturer then. Yes. He said, I'm going to make you a professor and a judge. I'm like, really? So I went to my pastor. I said, this is what I just heard God say to me. He said, okay. Second Samuel 7:25. It means when David went and sat down in the presence of God and said, God, just do what you have said. So I said, okay. I read it. When I saw that, I went to there. I said, God, it's you. I'm sitting in Jeje. You say you want to do this. Do as you have said. But God is not going to dash me, Professor. So I knew that I had to face this academics, that it is part of God's plan. I may not have entered it knowing that God had a plan, but now he has shown me that he has a plan for it. So I had to wait until I became a professor. And when I became a professor, I only applied to become a, I'd done this application like 12 times. But when I became a judge, I only applied twice. One, I didn't do the interview. This second one, I did the interview, and I was appointed.
Wow. Amazing.
Can I say that that was when I had what they say, when people go to mountain, when people do prayer points. That's the first time in my life I did it. Not because of the appointment, too. I was already competent. It was obvious I am on merit, I was the one chosen. But people I can call my friends, because I knew them. I knew that we were family friends, but they were the ones in positions of authority now to make this happen. And they stood and said no. They are Christians, my Christian sisters, my Christian brother. They said no. And for 1 year, 1 whole year. Can I shock you? My brother was the governor at the time. 1 year, we struggled with this. So he would tell me, "Shebi, people know how to pray. Go and pray now." I said, "Okay, we'll go and pray." So we're praying on what was supposed to be, because to me, with those people in that position, it doesn't even, there's nothing now. Look, they follow governor drags on things. It's not possible now. But they dragged it for 1 year until both us and the governor could say publicly anywhere till tomorrow that it is God that appointed me, it's not him, it's not man. That exactly was what God wanted to prove. That at the end of the day, you know that it's not because of anything, but that this thing, I said, I will make you. I'm the one that did it, and it is obvious to everybody that it was God that did me. So me myself, when people are saying, you're a professor in Nigeria, my mind, I'm telling myself, remember, it's not you. It's not you. God made you, so just judge it and take it easy. So, any other questions?
Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much. Like, I feel like many of our questions have been answered already in the midst of all of these things. And I'm glad that, you guys are there. Mommy, when is your time? Please tell your story too, because I'm realizing now that hearing these stories are actually really giving us a lot. Because for me, I know that, first of all, you already spoke about how it's an incredible thing that your husband did not see the death of your child as your fault, especially in that kind of context. But I think it's also incredible that even you yourself did not hold it against yourself, because sometimes it's not even what people thought. You and the sense of not being able to forgive yourself for something that you think you did wrong can be like no other person is holding it against you. It's just you and yourself. It just becomes a crippling thing in your mind, and it can become such that it holds you back, make you think that maybe going after your career was wrong, puts you in this place where it just, yes, mommy, yes, ma'am, no problem, ma'am. Please, can you help her? It can just put you in this place where you are no longer ready to pursue multiple things. You just feel, well, it's as if this becomes a sign that it's either family or career. Because while I was trying to do both, I supposedly lost one. And, going through that kind of thing that could have reshaped your thoughts about being the kind of woman that you see that you can become is so beautiful. And for me, I actually also think that it's a wonderful thing that you had a husband family that they know this against you. Because it's not just about the husband alone, there's also the family. And this story we're talking about
yeah, sorry, because we're actually still living with my mother-in-law. Wow. Yeah. We lived in the same building for 17 years. So people that fear mother-in-laws, look, for every one bad story, there are like 50 others. You just need to find them. You just need to find them.
Thank you so much, ma. And there's something I came to learn with time, over the years personally. I came to learn that there's the dimension of marriage being about you and your husband, but there's also the side of marriage that is about marrying into a family that you cannot overlook. And I feel like a lot of young women overlook that part, in the sense that they just say, oh, it's just me and my husband. No, it's not you and your husband, because your husband was made from somewhere. And either you like it or not, you have to deal with whatever comes from there. And it's such an amazing thing that, your mother-in-law was there. Like, I don't know if it's me that this story is amazing too, that it wasn't held against you. You didn't hold it against yourself. It wasn't held against you. It didn't put you in a place where you became crippled in any part of your life. Like, it didn't become something that make you feel like, oh, if I want to take care of my family, let's leave all of this work. And I think I also love something that you said, Mommy, a lot. The fact that there's the sense of what God wanted you to be in front. But the journey there was just a journey of whatsoever your hand finds to do, you do it with all of your. And I think that this is a very, very, very important a very, very important lesson for the 20-somethings and the 30-somethings. Sometimes some of the things that hold us back from this is a sense that, I have a big future. But the truth is that your big future is going to happen on the everyday. And you have to embrace the ordinariness of what your hand finds to do on the everyday, because you might not see how they are leading up to that place, but they are leading there. And everything you do every day will make a difference. It actually does. Thank you so much, man. I'm going to have Candy ask.
Sorry, I wanted to say that, I sold hampers, I sold things, lawyer me. Even when as a lawyer, I was selling things, but I only sold legal things, as in things related to law. Things related to law, I just told myself. So my customers were my colleagues, and I did hampers for Christmas for senior lawyers, and I would go to Agbeni, buy all the things, did everything for myself. I did printing, like agreements, those papers they used to do. My husband is a printer. So I said, oh yeah, let's do agreement paper. And mine, of course, because I'm a lawyer, I would do mine better, neat. They had all these, they were using olden days skinny. I came out with computer, the ones that can enter computer. So, but I stuck to my legal something, community.
Wow. Thank you, man.
Thank you so much, man. See, already I'm blown away. I'm also writing notes as I'm seated here, because mommies have given us gems. I mean gems. Two things that I feel like I heard Mommy Fapojuo and the Mommy Unfeigned said is that they were coming from a place of rest. Like most of the things they were doing were from resting in God. Not that they were struggling, not that they were pursuing it. Even when Mom was talking about how she wanted to become judge and professor, and God had to let her know that, see, it is still me who is leading you. It's something that is so precious, and I feel that in this our generation that we are very fast. We are fast paced. We want everything fast. We want to go after everything. They will say follow your heart. Do what's good for you, all of those things. These are important conversations that we should listen to. And then I think another thing that would lead me to my question to Mommy Sarako is how both of them were not in the rest in God. They were not also running after, who do I marry? I want to get married, marriage. They were resting in God. And that thing when Adam slept and God just brought Eve to him, God just lead them in the everyday things. And I feel like that's another important thing that stood out for me, that in the everyday things that you are doing, they are not normal, they are extraordinary, because they are leading to the end of that journey that God is taking us to. So in that marriage that I'm going to now come to Mommy, see, okay, please let's appreciate Mommy. I've known Mommy since I was in IBCU. IBCU, praise God. We've known Mommy and Daddy. There's one, I'm sorry, there's one message that Daddy preached in IBCU, I will not forget it now. He said the kingdom of God is a journey. As you proceed, he said, heal the sick, raise the dead. That is not the important thing. What is the important is that kingdom. I cannot forget that message. And Mommy and Daddy has been a blessing to a lot of us. A lot of young people. If you go try IBC, there's no way you don't know Professor Bebo Salako. There's no way you don't know Mommy Salako. I was in RTF. Mommy Salako's house was usually our base anytime we want to do our drama things. She might not remember, and she will accommodate us, she will cook for us, she will feed us. So, Mommy, I think the question I want to ask is that I have always loved the, we might not even be too close, but even from afar, the relationship you had with Daddy and how you have you are a mommy that she's a model to a lot of us. That's the truth, especially in marriage. They are a model to a lot of us. And I want to ask is that how has marriage shaped, your life? I mean, right from maybe choosing your life partner to coming into marriage to motherhood to career. Mommy is mommy is multiple things. That's the truth. Mommy she's a baker. She anchors events, and our children actually took after her. So yes, and one of our child, sister Anu, if you are in emerging circle, she's one of us that usually take us on marriage. Emerging circle women, hallelujah. Yes, our first daughter, she's the one that takes us on marriage. So you see why we need to ask mommy this question: how has marriage, shaped you as a person? I mean, from choosing to now to motherhood.
Praise the Lord. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I would say that everybody has talked about God here, and we'll still come back to God. Is God. And I had a soft background, kind of. Yeah, but my life was not soft. I had a soft background. Went to one of the best secondary schools here in Ibadan. And my father was an agric officer at Institute IR&T now. So my mom was a baker. So after that's when I said my life was not soft. I left secondary school with a very, very good result. In fact, my father would say she has the best result in the whole family. I was number 6 out of 7. And in my family, they are very well achieved. If you go to my hometown today, I mention my family, everybody knows them. So very well achieved. We have 2 doctors, we have an architect, we have an engineer, they are just there. So I made up my mind that I was going to achieve too, because in my family, it's not acceptable. It's a silent code, So it's not as if anybody was running after me. So I went for A-levels. After A-levels, my A-levels was not good, but luckily I did a jump during the A-levels, because in those days, our 2-year A-level was something else. Lower 6 and upper 6. It was really a tough meet, I could enter for any other course with my result, but I didn't want to. So I think in my upper 6, I went to do the jump. We were the first set of jump. So I got for pharmacy at the University of Ife, not Ibadan. I'm coming, you said that you talk about my journey. So I got into Ife. It was a good journey, year 1. I said I come from a soft family. I got born again my first semester at the University of Ife at their, our normal, this welcome crusade. This one that we do here. I got born again. Yes, freshers ipso. I got born again there. And it was there, it was there, they do deliverance and everything for us immediately. Water baptism, all of those stuff. It was there that I carried everything that was called makeup, and they were burnt. That was how we got born again at that time. Burnt to ashes before I had my deliverance. Let's go to. So, as we went on, it was God that said I should get born again. If not, I don't know what would have become of me. So I got born again then, and we continued our journey. Yes. That university was noted for young lecturers befriending their students. But I was already born again, so I didn't think it was unusual. I was already my staff like this, But later along the line, one person came to ask me if I knew so-so person. I said yes. That the person is interested. I said it's not true. But later it became true, and it was a very long story. And I feel.
Mommy, when you said befriend, I really need to understand our Gen Z people understand what they meant by befriend. Befriend means date, oh. We need to spell it out. Like your lecturer wants to date you. That's what we're talking about here. Yes. See how she's looking at me. She didn't know that. It's not that they wanted to be friends.
No.
Exactly.
Date you, actually date you. And they're married. They didn't see anything bad about it. That place was a very notorious place. In fact, the first time I saw it was my roommate who was a classmate. I was just coming from the kitchenette and I was talking, and there was my lecturer with my roommate on her bed. My pot dropped because I hadn't seen it before. So along the line, I failed that course twice. And the rule then was, if you fail twice, you leave school, even if all your grades were A. I think it's like the law school. Even if all your grades are A, if you fail twice, 2021, I'm coming back. 2021, that person went to my senior brother to apologize. So yes, he was very sorry. But the thing about it was that nobody in my family believed I was failed. They just felt since she became an SU, she started playing with her academics, and that this was what happened. So I didn't have rest except for my parents. My uncle, the pharmacist, everybody. And that was the point I wanted to get offended with God. And I felt, God, I served you. Why should these things come this way? Just like my sister was saying. And you know what the scripture the Lord gave me? When John's disciple went to Jesus and said, John said, are you the one, or look we for another? And Jesus Christ said, tell him, the blind see, the deaf hear, the lame walk. Blessed is he that does not take an offense in me. And the Lord gave me that. That's why I said my saving grace was that I was already born again. If not, probably I would have walked off and not even want to see anybody. Probably I would have developed mental distress, because in the history of my family, it had never happened to them, and I was the first born again, and so to me it was like a reproach. So I got born again and I came to UI to start physiology, something close to pharmacy. And it was at that first year, a friend came to, almost all my friends from pharmacy used to come and visit me. And it was very, very traumatizing to start year one, where most of my classmates there were in their final year. So I told God, I said, since you've done this, I'm going to go to SU house to be fellowshipping. Don't tell me to fellowship in IVCU, because most of my friends are there. I'm not going there. So God said, so I went to SU house once. And as I was descending Queen's Hall stairs, God said, I want you in IVCU, I know when God speaks. So I said, a friend now came. She was a classmate. She was already teaching because I lost a year in repeating, So she was already, she read education, so she was already teaching at Emmanuel College. So she just came, said, Sister Buki, God said I should escort you to IVCU today. I said, escort me to IVCU. He said, God said I should. It was a Sunday afternoon. So she went with me. I said, I've not been there, but I don't think I want to, because I was in ECU. So the first, it's interesting. The first person I saw as I entered, my friend won't forget, was my husband. He was in front. He was the leader of JRV. He was leading the group. And he was, they were trying to, what do you do to instruments? You're trying to tune it. Thank you. So they were trying to tune. So and I didn't know he had a habit of using there's what you call a spectrum or something. He had the habit of using it to comb his hair. So his hair was rough. So I told him, I said, that's why I don't want to comb. See this one, doesn't even know he should comb his hair. She said, the minute I said that, the Lord told her that that's her husband, just leave her alone. You see, it was then, you see, that's something I would want you to cultivate. With us then, we hear God. It wasn't anything, it was not a big miracle, it wasn't a big deal. You hear God, you know when God is talking, and you know when you are disobeying. You just hear. Just like that. When God says, wear these socks, you put it on. Don't go that way. It was just there. And that borders on relationship with God. Nowadays, they ask you when you get born again, which church are you attending? In those days, they ask us how you are going to be having your quiet time, how to develop a personal relationship. It doesn't have to do with church. It has to do with God. So when all my sisters are saying God, God, everything here is God. I just said in the beginning, God. In the middle, God. At the end, God. Everything is God. So I got into church to fellowship. And I started, when I get back home, I said, God, I don't like that place. Can you change your mind? And remember I used to say that. I said, no, you are going there. But my friend didn't tell me anything. To make matters worse, JRV now advertised for members. They wanted to do auditioning that if you can sing. I was never in a singing group in Ife. I was in city evangelism. All our members, they were deeper lifers. We were always going into Ife city to, bombard the place with the gospel. So I said, me sing? God said, you are going to JRV. I said, why? I've never sang before. Why should I go? I said, that's where I want you. Oh God, you won't even stop demanding of me, God. I've not even gotten over my scrape with Ife, and I'm supposed to be standing with microphone, and everybody will be looking at me. I lie in the road, and I I have another friend. She just came that day. It was the auditioning date. I was sleeping. Sabuki, Edide. Move Emma love auditioning. Oh yeah, Emma you are going there. She was already a member. That was how I ended up in JRV with my husband as a leader. So God now later said, this was what I wanted to achieve. This is what I want. So I said, God, you had to make me leave Ife Abi to come and meet this man. Why didn't you make him leave Ibadan? Come and meet. He said, let things be as I want it to be. There's a lot to, and that was where we met. And so it was that my first year that we started a relationship. That my first year. Remember, I was already around 20. He even used to ask me, where are you coming from? Because the way I used to answer his questions, and that was how I got married to my husband. I call him darling till date. Yes, I always tell people, don't call your husband brother or call him, give him a name. I call him darling, and he calls me that too till date. And he's been my older brother. He's been my mentor. He's been my pastor. And one thing I say about our marriage is that my husband has made his footsteps very, very, very safe to follow. You understand? So when he takes a step, I can follow because I know he's safe. He's very safe to follow. So I trust his judgment. I trust his it's just that he loves me, and I know. I know. So it's easy for me. Let me put the word easy in quotes to submit, because I know that this footstep is very safe. I'm not going to end in it. And God told us when we started that I want to make your home a haven for many children. And so that was why we had to open, because some people when we were students opened their doors to us. So we had to open our doors to students, even non-students, as many as God will lead our ways. And God has been able to help us to mentor as many as God will put in our way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mommy. Thank you. Thank you. Like this has just been an interesting thing. I think since we've had a number of our questions answered, we'll just have one more round of questions, which will be faster than the first one, and then we'll be able to wrap up. But I feel like there's something that keeps standing out. There's a part of God, God. But for me, one of the other things that is standing out is that everybody had a season where that faith in God being trustworthy was tested. Everybody had something that could have a bit about that. And Mommy, I think I will come to you in the sense that one of the ways that we are being taught about God, because the truth is that our generation too, at least women that are here will say, they follow God, they love God, and none of that. But there is the truth that we are being taught about God in a way where we only think of our faith from the perspective of result, of the fact that the more faith you have, the more you are able to pray and all of that, the more result your life is supposed to command. Do you understand? So you're supposed to, so in our minds, and I'm sorry that I'm about to use this example, but it will make it clearer. If you meet two people today, and one of them is out there, public and influential and all of that, two believers, and you meet another one, she's quiet, she's just in her church and all of that, there is a chance in our heart that will think that the other person knows God more. Because we have been taught to think that faith, the quality of faith is in the result, the material result. And when I'm saying material, I don't just mean money. I mean including status. The material result is able to bring to us. And honestly, this was something that was always in my mind. It's a conversation myself and my husband have a lot. And I didn't think it was going to come up here. But I keep hearing it. That every single person here have gone through really difficult times, and it was not before they became believers. It was after. She lost a husband, she lost a child. She had to become a first year final year student. That's not funny. You need to say, oh yes, faith, result, and all of that, but deep down in your heart, saying the other time about you don't want to let go of control to him because you don't trust go of control to him because you don't trust him. So how do we come to that place? So how do we come to that place of this experience? That's my question to you, Mom.
That is a very deep question, and it's not something that just imputed on you. It's a process. And that process grammars to so many people. So it's still that God, just like she said, I can't really dissociate that God factor from it. Sometimes when I look at myself, I am even surprised in myself. How I've gone this far? You understand what I'm saying? I knew people that had my experience. I knew where they are, most of them, about 80%. Sometimes I just marvel that God, you understand what I'm saying? So it's just that there are times I see what is the good in this, because we are that close. He said, I don't want to put you under pressure. I said, don't worry. Even when you said that you are not interested, I've been saving. I know that the first 60% I will pay without any stress. Which was what we did. With accommodation for 6 months, with upkeep allowance and things like that. And you knew that when she got there, if I wanted her to get to Canada, that was what is in my mind. And she said, no, mommy, God is not telling me Canada. God is telling me UK. In fact, that UK, she was even more specific. She said God is saying Scotland. Almost Scotland. I was Canada. Ọlọ́run máa wá ṣàánú wa àwọn ọmọ yìí sìn ṣé ó tún mọ Holy Spirit jù mí lọ ni. I just say if you say but actually if you want my sincere wish it's Canada, and she said okay Scotland. I said okay if that's what God is saying I'll follow the lead. And you knew what? God has strategically located a family, placed them there for her. In fact, when she got there, she was home. When I say home, Satoyin know what I'm talking. She was at home. So I now said, that scripture came back again. All things work together for good. I said, this good self. In fact, I just stopped asking. I say, in fact, all of my life is about all things work together for good. Because I can see the goodness in every dimension.
Wow.
So what I'm saying is that there are some times that things happen to you. It's not because God loves you less. It's not because He's not interested in you. You know, but God sets you up. Sometimes for glory. And most of these things, they don't, you know, He said that when you are saying you are going through a refining process, a refiner's fire. Fire is not a friend to anybody. True of us. Even a matchstick. Is it palatable when it burns you? And you know, you just commit, I just hand myself over like a clay in the hand of a potter. Is it a clay that will say that mold me into a cup or into a pot or into a pan or into the potter will mold the clay into whatever it fits, best fits at that particular point in time. Just trust the process. Just go along with the flow. It's not an easy journey. I'm not going to lie to you. But you know, the act of trusting. It's just like, you know, she said something when she was opening up that unafraid means letting go and letting God. Even when it does not add up. Even when it seems as if you don't know what you are doing. But I trust the process. Because He that has called is faithful to keep to the end.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mommy, thank you. Like, you know, I was just whispering to her that I feel like this session was really, it was setting me up because it was answering some questions for me because, you know, myself and one of our wonderful brothers who can hear me now, we're talking about how this year has been difficult. This year has been difficult. You know, there are things that I went through this year that I'm like, God, I get it, but I still don't get it. Like, and for me, Mommy, 3 things stood out from what you've said. And I do these summaries to help people who probably miss out some of the things that they said. 3 things stood out the most for me, Mommy. First is the fact that you see this thing about you should know about God. It's still God that can teach you. And I feel that we underestimate that. We have taught Christianity in formulas. We call it nice name, you pay the price and all of that. But we keep underestimating the God we are dealing with. That still cannot be reduced to our anecdote. And that's particularly what the book of Job was supposed to show us in the Bible. Because like myself and my husband were talking about when we were coming to Ibadan, we were saying that, you know, all of the questions that Job asked, God did not answer any of them. He only showed him who he was. And showed him that beside me, your questions is no longer important. By the time he was done, Job was like, I've heard of you with the hearing of the ears, but now I see you. And I'm like, don't question you matter. Emma worry. You alone, you are enough answer. And for me, one of the things that has stood out is the reality that we must have the humility to know that it takes God to follow God. That, you know, I've heard people say things like, oh, if something happened to them, it's just 3 days video, they will sort it out. And sometimes I'm like, do you really think God is your errand boy? Oh? You know, that's how many of us approach God. We think prayer is a way of turning Him into the direction we want Him to go. We think our consecration is a tool of exchange with Him. That God, I'm doing like this, so you must do like this. No, He's God. And for us to know Him, He must show Himself. And if you are going to make someone show himself, you have to follow him however he's showing it. You can't dictate how he shows it to you. That's first. Second thing is this matter of, and both of them go together, the second and the third, the matter of rest and the matter of understanding that only God can define goodness. And for me, I feel like that's the one that I struggled with a lot this year. Because in my head, I'm like, God, some things are just good and some things are bad. Like, some things are just better than some others. And again, I keep coming back to the reality that only God can define what good means. And it takes a level of humility to agree to that. You know, when that young leader came to Jesus and was saying, good master, and he was saying, no one else is good except, Jesus was not being humble. He was saying something, like, he was not being humble in the sense that he was just trying to say, oh, it's God that is good, though, don't call me good. No. He was trying to tell us something. That when it comes to what it means for, you know, we say all things work together for good, but in our mind, we have a definition for that good. And that's why we are struggling. That's why we are thinking that all things is not working together for good, because you have a definition. Your mind is all things work together for good should mean that by the time she's doing the second exam, she should pass. That's what good means. But good meant, let her be done, let her go through it, let her come out of OAU, come back to UI, get settled in the person she's supposed to get married to. That good, he only can define it. And sometimes it takes time for us to eventually see the good. And that's why I want to say that this is what the unafraid means. Is to be unafraid to go through however he's leading us. Like, when it makes sense, when what is calling good looks bad to us, when what is still, we are still saying all things go together, feels like pain, when it looks as if you are making choices, like he was saying, like a family were thinking, you are making choices that makes it look as if you are going the path of irrelevance. Whatever direction is taking you through, being unafraid to know that if you have let go yourself into God's hands, he will carry you. Mommy, we have a second question for you, and I have a third question for me, and we'll wrap up.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mommy. I think one scripture that is coming to my mind is that scripture that says, remove not the ancient landmark. No, we can't, because this session is, so Mommy, I'm coming to ask you a question. So, you know, you have spoken a lot about career, your journey to law, motherhood, marriage, and motherhood, and all of this together. And I know you were mentioning how you were, I know there was something you talk about your husband, how you were so happy about who God has bring you to, who God has led you to marry, and also the career and all. You know, but one of the things that I want to ask is, all of this journey, you know, career, marriage, motherhood, and how you've been able to do so many things, is it really worth it? So when I say is it worth it, I'm asking that, you know, there is a way that we always try to find fulfillment in everything we do, to want to see that, okay, if, before you go into marriage, you want to know, does this person bring fulfillment? You know, there's a lot of questions that they will say, ask your spouse and all of that. Career also, they will say, choose the path, follow your passion, choose something that, you know, you want and all of that. Motherhood, you know, I'm thinking about to bring these questions together, but I know the question. Yes, you can help me.
I think there's a particular person who asked this question directly. Yeah. And the person who wrote it, the way the person wrote it is this: career, marriage, motherhood, is it worth it? And no, and it was a very honest question. Yeah. The way I even thought about it was the fact that the person was asking, like, all of these things takes a lot to build. It's the stress and the work and all of this journey of all these works together for good. Is it really worth what you think you come out of with it from your own perspective?
I would say a very big yes. And marriage, maybe I started off with a good, let me say, mindset entering into marriage. I made some decisions by myself Not that I had met the man, but I had told myself some things that I felt I wanted to be and do in marriage. I had said, like the issue of submission, because even at that time when they preach it, it felt as if, oh, once you marry like this, your life is on hold, or just follow this, whatever it says is where you are going and all of that. And I told myself that, look, what this means is that there cannot be two captains in a ship. So, just like I have a boss in the office, and I don't take offense that I have a boss, I don't struggle with my boss, I don't, you know, I was talking to myself. It's not as if there was the person right now, but I was having this conversation and had it with myself and had settled it with myself before I ever got married. That look, when I get married, the important thing is, that means the person I want to marry has to be worth following. He has to have sense. So that, because I've taught to myself that I'm going to follow, but the truth is that if the thing is not worth following, I will have problem. So I had said all of that, that look, I'm not planning that. I will be myself from beginning. I'm not going to pretend to be who I'm not. You will see me exactly where I am. I can want to do, if it's myself and my husband were a bit different though. My husband has only one goal in life: follow God. Career, he will tell you that the only thing God told him to be is a printer. So sometimes if I want to introduce him and I'm saying business might say, stop deceiving them, oh, I'm a printer. It's that kind of, if you tell him to do another thing, give him contracts, give him anything, he will tell you that God did not send him that one. But me, I don't know anything engineer. If you give me contract to build road, I will collect. Well, we are different, but it doesn't disturb our life together because we understand that we are different. I'm the one that can be doing 20 things at the same time, but he's constant as the northern star. But the thing is that if I want to go to Jamaica, it's okay. If I want to go to wherever, he's okay. Because from beginning, he knew that this person she has where she's going. We discussed those things. Even though my conclusion of the matter is still grace, because we didn't really do marriage counseling. My church was in Delta. The church we were attending here, both of us were in the same church, but the structure wasn't yet there for marriage counseling. So it was like God used to talk to us individually, correct us, and all of those kind of things. So it's a lot. So I had had those conversations with myself that, look, I will submit. I will always say what I want, say what I think, what I do. But if the decision is now, there's a conflict, because submission is where what I'm saying and your own does not rhyme. But that if there's a conflict, we are going with him. I had settled that one before I entered the marriage. That if there's conflict, we are going where he says. Because I know that we are in it together. There's nothing like, I told you so, you are the one that led us into this pit. No, because we'll both be praying for. If we have agreed that it's your own we are following, both of us will be praying on it. We are not entering any ditch anywhere. And if by God's grace we enter, we will both come out of it. We'll clean ourselves. We continue the journey. It wasn't a struggle, because there are certain things I had settled beforehand. And when we met, I had let him know that, well, there's no problem. I'm coming from a different background. You're coming from a different background. To me, okay, I've married into this one. If my parents, somebody reported me, I went to Ede, one Baptist place to preach about Campion to, and they called my parents and said, she's a Yoruba girl now, that she can't even speak her language, but if you see her, she was preaching in Yoruba. Because to me, I said to myself, if I mention I've entered, my vow was roots. I had it in my wedding program. Where you go, I will go, and I meant it. Where you go, my people. So I took them exactly like that. I knew. I said even my sisters, maybe we quarrel, and we said too. But we remain sisters now. But we are real. So I knew when we get there too, it's the same relationship. We will quarrel, we will sort it. That's all. There's no big deal. There's no permanent. No. So all those conversations, I tried by the grace of God to have them, and God helped me because I was young. So where that sense come from is only God. For me to be able to reason and settle those things together. Because in honesty, my husband is a very firm person. Firm. As in, my siblings, they are like, Brother Kola. Because this is where we are going. God will come like Joseph and speak to him before we are going somewhere else. So, but I knew that about him. I don't struggle with that thing. My own is it God that said? If you say it's God, there's no problem now. I will follow you. This God, he will show up for us. And if he does it, it's the one I will drag. It's not you. You know that scripture about Sarah? That scripture about Sarah? From beginning, I said, God, anything, as long as she says, this man tell me that it's you. If he comes and says, maybe he makes, let's say, X million. And he says, God says we should drop everything in church. I said, that means he has sorted out how we are going to eat. Give us my own. I come and say, that relationship with God, we both help each other to keep it real. That, are you sure? Your child, make sure it's God. Make sure it is God. But we keep going like that and like that. And to a great extent, that's how we try to also bring up our children. That look, no God. You have seen us. We don't have another. We grew. We didn't. When we married, we didn't really have nothing. So you saw us grow. We all grew together. My children attended. People will say, this kind of school. My husband is those kind of people that impress. My children went to Amazing Grace in Okeado with children of yes, Amazing Grace in Okeado. When they were going to go to school, they went to Nesto College in Oyo. So then they are talking about this class, and you tell you that I did not go to those schools. I'm not fine. I'm okay. They will be okay. So, and me, I'm the kind of person that, so I want my children to go to this kind of school. I want to, but when we have discussed matters, okay. But is there anything wrong with Amazing Grace? What? No. Just tell me the things that are wrong so that we can. True. When it comes to the end of it, you can't see anything. It's just the fact that okay, I want a touch. I want
connection for your children.
You know. But they are not here to utilize connection now. None of them are in this place, so they are all irrelevant. You know. So, I would say, God helped us. We have. God is the one that has helped us. So even in speaking to career, it's also God that has helped in going from one level to another, because like I said, my path wasn't straight. I didn't even realize this was where I was going until God said, this is where you are going. Motherhood, my children they are the ones that should be able to answer that question. But I think from my own perspective, I find joy in them. And I find joy in the fact that they now know God for themselves. That's my greatest joy, because I used to think, when you talk about some fears or concerns, those were one of my concerns as a person. That, God, I don't want my children, that they will not know God for themselves. Because we sent them out early. People even warned us that you are sending your children abroad at this age, Kiniko and all of that. So I was like, if they now go and they don't turn out well, particularly when my daughter was going, that one, she's like the father. When we're sending her brother abroad, and we had a family meeting, talking about values and family. We had family meeting. She said, I don't have problem with him going. There's no problem. It's just that, you know that once you have started this road, it cannot reach my turn and people will say that I'm not going. So just let's all understand that if he goes, all of that means, are going. No, she doesn't know about the one after her, but she herself, she knows she's going. Because we have a history where in the family where it is the boys that go. She has seen that the uncle, the trends, that the boys go and the girls school in Nigeria. So she's like, no, I don't have problem. Same guy we go to. So I really, really am grateful to God that they turned out to know God for themselves, that they themselves. So that one, my heart is settled that once they know God, this God that helped me, He will help them the same way. So it's what every sacrifices that were done, because that time you couldn't buy anything, you couldn't. It's like you were living everything you are living for them at that time.
Wow.
But now, they too they are living for us, and if they don't want to, I will remind them. I suffered for you. I'm not one of those mothers. I will say, leave them. I suffered for you. Don't suffer for me, but do what is needful. I don't need it. I mean, it's not like I need it, and you know I don't need it. But this is the way we trained you.
Yes.
We took care of our parents. We did
Yeah.
things. You must follow that tradition. You must follow in those steps. Care. Just show me you care. Call me. Say what those 9 things that Gen Z say to their mom, and they'll do.
Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much, ma. And you know, for me, mommy, I don't know if you intended to say this, but what is standing out, one of the things that is standing out the most, and I wanted to point it out, is the reality that if you are thinking about it from the point of is the stress worth it, what I'm hearing mommy saying is that the reason why you think you are stressing is because you are carrying your load by yourself. You are stressing yourself over things that you're not supposed to stress yourself over. Like her, be like mommy. If your husband say all the money, God say we should drop it, you put it in God's hands. It's God's stress. I've dropped the money for you, take care of my family, finish. And for me, I'm saying it playfully, but it's actually something serious. The reality that a number of the things that would have become big issues did not become big issues because she has left herself into God's hand, like God will take care of me. So it was easier to navigate what would have been big deals for many people in marriage. Do you understand? You have a firm husband who has a strong if you have worked with a strong opinionated person before, you understand what she's saying. I'm working with one, I know what I'm saying. If you are in a place where you have left everything is coming back to this. Now once you have left yourself in the hands of God, the heavy lifting is no longer your own. So even though you are going through things that are supposed to be heavy, the weight is not upon you. So you don't even need to be asking, is it worth it? Because at the end, you are not looking back and feeling as if what it doesn't feel like wala. It feels like you were taking a journey, an exploratory journey with God. So it's not just is it worth it at the end, it's that all of the process have been enjoyable, even in the hardness. Yes. Mommy, I have a last question for you, and it was a question about motherhood. And I know it's something that you are very passionate about. But we're also trying to, wrap up because our time is really fast spent. But I wanted this conversation not to be rushed because we don't get to do this all the time. So we needed to do this well. Mommy, many conversations today have left young women subtly, I will use that word subtly because many of us will not agree, but it's there, subtly thinking of the possibility of motherhood being a burden. Being something that takes from you, puts a lot of sacrifice on you, confines you, and in a way, maybe because in time past I could up and go. Now I cannot up and go because I have to consider plenty things. I was thinking about it like when I used to come to Ibadan. Last day when I came to Ibadan, I just came with small bag. This day I have to think of so many things, diapers, this one, that one, and all of that. And there's a way that a number of young women are thinking about it like, this thing can be a lot. Will I be able to? Some people are looking at it from the perspective, not because they necessarily think motherhood is bad, but they are genuinely concerned, will I be able to do this? Will this work for me? And some people are, from the perspective of, my freedom, will it take away my freedom and all that? I just want to ask you to give us like your top one, two advice to young mothers and young women who are looking at motherhood as, how will I do this?
Thank you. Well, motherhood is a responsibility. It's not a burden. And it's a God-given responsibility. And it's a beautiful one because you get to shape lives. There's a saying that the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. What does that mean? If you want a change in your world, train your child, and your child is going to change the world. Don't let your child conform I keep telling people about motherhood, parenting. Let your child know from day one that in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. Male and female created he them. When he gets to school and is a boy, nobody's going to wear a skirt for him. And that's your privilege. That's you. So that when your child gets to school, nobody is going to tell your child that, yes, they learn a lot of theories of how the world was created, the Big Bang Theory, the whatever. He's going to tell you that God created the heaven and the earth. Because that was what you put in his heart very early. So you get to shape lives. And it's a beauty when you see the lives grown and you see what God is doing with the lives. That is our responsibility. And I've never seen motherhood as a burden, because as you grow, like she said, you grow with the children. You are their friend. At home, we have a girls' day out. I'll take just one girl, and then we go and eat out. And it costs a lot too. And then we talk, we do all of this. And then when it's boys' day out, I take my boy and we talk. What do you want mommy to be praying about? What's your next move? What's the challenge? So myself and our children, we are friends, very deep friends. So, such that if anything is happening to them and they don't tell, I know. If I say, mommy, even my husband, sometimes we dream. Say, what's happening to you over there? Even the one that is out of the country, we know. So parenting is a beautiful, beautiful. I wouldn't want you to be denied of that privilege, of that beauty. And I've seen people who took stands that it's a burden. Some have grown up and decided not to. But when they get to old age, the loneliness is so bad. Like mommy said, it's not the money. It's not anything. The love, the caring. When you hear their voice, how are you doing? Mommy, I'm coming home for your birthday. That's all you need. I read about a professor. My husband actually sent it to me. I read about a professor. She has retired now. She said she sent her children to boarding house in the secondary school because she wanted to pursue her career. University, of course, they go to the hostel. That after that, they left the country. Then her husband died along the line. When she wanted to retire, and she had this phrase, "Don't disturb me. I'm busy. I'm busy." She said when she wanted to do her 70th birthday and retirement, it was the same phrase that the children sent back. "Sorry, mom, we are busy, but we'll send you something to celebrate." That she is, her house is big and everything, but she's so lonely. I don't want to grow old lonely. I don't even like loneliness. So I think all of us should think about it. And then when I watched a program, they call it Cruise or something, Cruise. And the debate I watched was that I don't want to have children. The other people were saying, we want to have, it's good. I said, and he said, it's bad for you to say it's selfish. If I say I don't want, it is selfish. You just don't want us to use the word selfish. I don't know what is happening. I'm sorry. Maybe it's the way we raised you. You kind of don't have the muscle to take some strong words. If you are selfish, let somebody tell me I'm selfish. And then I go back home and they think about it and change. Say that word is too strong, mommy. It's just, yes, it's a generation that, my husband says is a generation that very wise in their own eyes, in Proverbs. You understand? The Bible talks about people being lovers of themselves in the end time. So I don't want anybody to touch my time, to touch my career, to touch. What if God wants you to raise a man for your generation or for the next generation? And then when you get back to God, He's going to ask you what you did with your life anyway. And then our life is not in our hands. It's in God's hands. And that's why we are here. What does God want me to do with marriage? What does God want me to do with motherhood? we are crying and shouting that some Boko Haram and everything, the whole place is in chaos. What am I going to do with my own? We have gay, I don't even know the names of all the different whatever that you have. Is my child going to be one of them? Somebody came and told me, I said, Auntie, my son told me that I shouldn't call him a boy, that he's not yet sure of his gender. I said, Uti Jegbese. I said, that in real Yoruba, this is Bese. Because you've lost that child. You've lost that child. And so I haven't found motherhood, parenting, to be a burden. It's been a beautiful privilege. I've seen lives grow, even children that are not my biological children. I've seen them grow into beautiful people, leaders of tomorrow, leaders of today. And it's been a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mommy. Thank you. Thank you. As we wrap up, I think one thing that Mommy said that is really striking me, and it's funny because I'm hearing the contradiction now, in the sense that we are a generation that always talk about impact. You know, we talk a lot about how we want to impact the world. We want to impact people. You know, if they ask anybody, most of our dreams is around how we want to impact the world, impact people. How come we are not thinking that children is a way of doing that? It's a very interesting. It's not that I was thinking about it that way though. You want to impact the world. You want to, and when you say the world, most of the time you actually mean people. And yet, this is an opportunity to not just impact somebody when they have already become dried fish that cannot be burnt. The one that you can literally grow in a certain way. But we don't see it that way. And the truth is, for me, I feel like we've shifted from one extreme to another. In a bid to balance an extreme, we shifted to another. There was a generation that was really fully into the family, where women, stayed home and all of that. And the quest in that generation was to show that, the fact that women stayed home does not mean that they don't have what else to give in the workplace. It started from the sense of, women have, they have things that, all of these things that they are doing at home can actually translate into value, even in career. But now we have switched. And now we have a generation that is so focused on career. So when we think impact, relevance, all of those things, we are thinking it most of the time from a backdrop of career first. If I'm talking about a future that God puts in front of you and all of that, most of the time you are thinking in terms of ministry. You are thinking in terms of your work, your career, how you speak at United Nations. That's what you're thinking about. You're not thinking about how you're going to raise a small boy, a small girl. Do you understand? And I realize that I feel like what we need is a balance of both. Is understanding that however your journey goes, what God has deposited in you is valuable everywhere. But most of the time, the place where that value can be all-encompassing the most is actually, first of all, your family. Because that's where you actually have the most control. You see all this thing we are calling influence, and we are only thinking about Instagram followers. The biggest influence is the one you actually have closest to you. And that's why, for me as a person, I always say it, my nieces are here, my nephews are here. I had to stop myself at the point and tell myself, Tony, you cannot be pouring into women through public media, and you have nieces beside you, you have younger sisters, and many of these things you are saying now, so you have never said it to them before. You can be so outward thinking about that you are not remembering the people first in your family. And the truth is that at the end of it, the society is actually a combination of families. So if you really want to change society, if you can change families, you can change the society. Thank you so much, ma. Please, can we give a standing ovation for all of our moms? Thank you so much. This has been such a wonderful time. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Please keep clapping till they go back to their seats.
Ma, please, before they don't.
Oh, ma, please, can we take pictures? I'm so sorry. We can take it down. I don't want them to come up again. We can just stay like this. Yes, we can come stand here, ma. We can come stand here. Yeah. And we can help move. Yes, please come. Okay.
Thank you so much, man. Can we please give a round of applause for our mommies again? Is that the best we can do? Thank you. That session was really powerful, and we're so sorry it took a while, but we needed to do that because we really needed that session. So without wasting much of our time, we'll go straight into our intergenerational award. So this award is very special. Yeah, Hero of Heritage Award. Sorry, this is our first time, and it's very special to us. We want to give one of our mommies, media. Okay, they are working on it. So we want to give one of our mommies the Hero of Heritage Award, and this is really special to us because we see people. Back at our mothers, and we realize that the things that we look at now that looks like impact, influence, or how do we call it, courage, multi-potentialite, all of those things, our mothers did it those days, and there was no noise about it. It feels natural to them. Have you heard our mommy speak? Mommy is doing business. She's a judge, and she's a mother. She's a wife. Mommy Fakpojuwo too, she had a child trained, she's a professor. Do you know what it means to go from, in this Nigeria, to go from master's, PhD to professor? And Mommy Salako, oh God, Mommy is a businesswoman. Are we ready? Okay. Mommy is a businesswoman, she's a wife, she's a mother, she mentors a lot of people, and we have so many examples around us. And the thing is, see how all of them are speaking about it with joy in their hearts. And these days we have a lot of people that just feels like I have to outsource things. I cannot be running my career and I want to get pregnant. I have to focus on my career first. I will outsource pregnancy. Oh my God. Yes, you haven't heard that? When people say you outsource, I don't want to stress my body. I don't want to stress myself. I have my career and things to work, so I have to outsource pregnancy. But our mothers did it. And they are here. They are examples to us. And this is one of the bases to which we want to give this award to one of our mommies today. You will read that. Please, are we ready?
In the quiet town of Ogbomosho, Pastor Mrs. Comfort Abosede Ajilore was born into the family of the Oyewoles on the 23rd of January 1953. She began a life that would be defined by resilience, courage, and faith. Her childhood was marked by hardship, determination, and an unshakable faith that one day education would change her life. After losing her father at a very young age, her early life took a difficult turn. She was taken in by relatives who promised to train her and sponsor her education, but instead put her to work by selling groundnuts and popcorn in the markets. Wandering the streets from morning till night, for every shortfall in her daily sales, she endured beatings. These denied her the chance to go to school. Yet her dream to go to school was burning within. Each time she saw other children writing with pens, she felt both awe and pain. One day, she told herself, God will give me the chance to write too. Determined to study, Mommy Ajilore ran away from her relative's place. After knowing that her stay there would hinder her dream, she went back to her mother and convinced her mother to send her to Bante Church School. Her path wasn't smooth. She juggled selling food in markets and schooling whenever she could. Despite setbacks, She rose to become head girl in primary school, driven by a relentless will to learn. Even when sickness and spiritual battles tried to stop her, she found healing and strength through her faith and the church mission. She worked as a housemaid to pay her fees, completing her primary and secondary education through sheer perseverance. Mommy Ajilore's passion for education led her to Ilorin, where she trained as a teacher. She ranked 8th out of over 1,000 candidates, excelling despite limited resources. In 1975, she married and soon balanced life as a teacher, student, wife, and mother. Despite being pregnant, she continued to pursue her NCE studies. She was relentless and never gave up on her dreams, and she eventually earned her degrees in 1998, majoring in mathematics. After marriage, Mommy Ajilore worked multiple jobs, selling firewood, palm oil, food, and lace fabrics to sustain her family. Even while pursuing education, she often said that one thing that helped her to raise her children was honesty and transparency. Her mantra is, when you have, let them know you have. When you don't, let them know you don't. She didn't just raise her children, she empowered them. Her honesty and faith molded her children into disciplined adults who understood sacrifice and contentment. Through decades of hardship, she lived by one guiding scripture, Psalms 121, verse 1 to 2. I lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence comes my help. Her husband's death in 2005 tested her strength once more, but she stood firm, determined to give her children the opportunities she never had. For Mommy Ajilore, ministry was not a career, it was a divine calling. Long before marriage, she received a revelation that she would serve God. Despite her reluctance and her love for business, the call persisted. She began as a part-time minister, serving faithfully in different churches before founding her own. Her journey into ministry formally began in 1990 when she enrolled in Clivico Christian Light Bible College, followed by several other Bible institutions, all while balancing work, family, and faith. But the road wasn't easy. At one point, she refused to return to Bible school due to lack of funds. Then one night, she heard a divine voice. If you will not go back, choose poverty or sickness. Crying all the way home, she chose obedience. Her husband encouraged her, and from that moment, her life changed. God provided in miraculous ways, from unexpected helpers, of a woman who brought goods for her to sell, restoring her finances and faith. She would later recall that experience as her first breakthrough, a turning point between survival and divine purpose. In 2002, Mommy Ajilore took a bold step through the divine leading of God. She bought a land with her own savings to start ministry. By 2003, the church began fully, built through faith, prayer, and sacrifice. She faced countless challenges, from land disputes and financial strain to skepticism from male pastors who doubted a woman's authority. But she pressed on. When she was told to choose between teaching job and ministry, she chose obedience to God's call. Within a year, the church grew strong, celebrating its first anniversary with a gift of a cow, a symbol of divine favor and provision. Today, Pastor Mrs. Comfort Ajilore is recognized as a leader among leaders. She has served in the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria as the Vice Chairman of Ibadan North and Chairperson of the PFN Women's Platform, mentoring others in ministry. Her weekly Bible study at Ajitumobi has inspired generations, proving that consistency, faith, and integrity builds true influence. Beyond the pulpit, Pastor Mrs. Ajilore raised her children to be courageous and independent. She taught them never to depend on one skill alone, to be bold, hardworking, and self-reliant. Her philosophy is simple: don't borrow, stand on your feet, have courage and focus, and God will give you strength. From a reluctant preacher to a spiritual matriarch, her life embodies resilience, obedience, and unwavering faith.
To the stage,
Mommy,
stage,
come
to the
for
stage.
me, come.
Mrs. Adeloye and Pastor Mrs. Oni, and then I will also like to invite all of our mommies, Mommy Salako, Mommy Akeredolu, and Mommy Fakojuwo to please come on stage. And I would also like to invite our family members who are here. Our daughters, our granddaughters are here. Our daughter-in-law, they are here. Can I just invite them up on stage? Yeah, can Mommy? Before then, would you like?
First of all, it was a bit of an hassle to get my mom here today because she didn't know we were doing this. It was completely a surprise. I had to do a lot of planning with my family members, with our friends. For example, she was surprised that she was here, like, oh, so me come on board. And you know, when we're thinking about this award, it was when I was thinking about this award, when it first came to my heart. Aside the fact that I thought that it was an opportunity for us to learn from the older women, I also wanted us to, I thought it was that part of the reasons why sometimes we don't learn from the wisdom of these women is because we don't see them properly. So I wanted to show some of the things that they have done so you are able to see it in the language that we understand. She's just an example. Many of you have parents and moms and grandmas and uncles and aunties and all of that who have stories like this, but you've never seen it that way. You have examples of resilience around you, but you are paying masterclass to learn resilience. I'm sorry that I'm saying it that way, but it's true. It's because many of the times we don't see it that way. You don't see that many of the things that you are struggling with today, right beside you, in your mom, in your aunties, already lie this value. But whatever you don't observe, you cannot, do you understand? Whatever you don't really see, you don't see it for what it is, you can't really tap out of. And that's why this was, you know, when we're thinking about it, I was like, no, I can't think of any other person to get the first one than my own mom. Thank you so much, ma. I have my sister-in-law. I don't know if she wants to say anything before we pass anything across.
Thank you for the privilege. Good afternoon, everyone. Mama, what's more than this? Even I'm so happy because she's a woman of God. She's a great woman, and I'm short of words to describe her. I'm sorry. I'm short of words because Mama is everything a mother can be. She's not my mother-in-law. She's my mother. You know, we used to fight. You know, I remember. You know, everybody. I remember when I first entered the family and I was pregnant, and you know, I don't hit when I got pregnant. You know. And my mother-in-law said, oh, she started feeding me, you know. Started feeding me, you know. So I am close to tears saying this, so I will have to.
I want to say a big thank you to Tony for thinking of this. You know, this is like a give back. When we look back at what our parents, I have a 97-year-old mom, and I keep praying over her that her transition will be very easy because she has labored. And so this is a way to appreciate mothers, parents who have labored. I want to say thank you. God bless you. You know? And for us, You see, giving back to parents is not for the parents. Mommy may not need anything. You understand? It's for you. It's for you. So that the blessings can come your way. And then the covenant on her can go upon her. Do you understand? I feel teary too. So, Mommy, I want to congratulate you. I want to say thank you for being very strong. Thank you for being there for them and for all of us. Thank you for being an example. So I want to present this to you, Mommy, in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the Holy Spirit. May you be strengthened to do more. May you go from strength to strength and from grace to grace. We love you and we appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mommy. Do you want to say anything? I don't know if you want. I don't want to.
Anyway, I just want to say thank you. But I want us to know that, mommy, when I have pregnancy of this lady, I didn't know. He spent 4.5, almost 5 months before I knew. Suppose I know in the beginning, I should have let it. Because in 1980s, I have a pregnancy of 2 twins, baby, that I nearly died. And my husband told, said, we don't want any child again. So I always tell my husband that I saw a revelation. I saw a baby, a girl, sitting down on the stair. Let him go. There's one day I was pounding yam. Every Sunday we all used to pound yam in our house because my husband is Igesa. So he needed brother. He was 10 years more than her. Yes, sir. So he said, Mommy, he told him, Mommy, we don't need child in this house again. Mommy told him, where do you see Mommy told him? Nobody is behind Mommy told him in this compound. Yeah, where you be told him. I went, when I get up, I said, my husband, Mommy said, Mommy told you, yeah, where you be told him. So it's of my but yeah, where you be told him. But when I get pregnant, 4 months, running to 5 months, I didn't know anything. But the day he said, Mommy told him, Mommy told him, Mommy told him, when I finished pounding yam, I was at to rest because I have program on that day. As I was resting on the bed, I don't remember. When did I did my message? I get up. I go and tell my husband, I didn't remember when I happened. He said, Shebi, feeling. I said, yes. I said, even I want to go to on Monday, tomorrow, I'm going to the hospital. I'm going to do the blood test. When they told me that menstruation has gone, money I will have rest of month. I went to the church, to the hospital on the Monday, the 2nd. They told me, congratulations, money for what? Money for what? He said, 5 months. See, he's a baby boy, he's a baby girl. Oh God, I cry on that day. I cry on that day. When I get home, my husband said, why are you crying? I said, before I open my mouth, I said, Shebi, you said you don't feel anything. Only I didn't feel anything. Immediately I left that. You know what I feel? I feel like I know that I have pregnancy because my children, that children is supposed to move in my womb. I say, 4 and yeah, going to 5. Shall I do? There's nothing I can do. The run is too slow. The
journey is too God too perfect. It is God. It is God. It is God. It is God. Please, I have one song that I love to sing. It is in Yoruba. It says, "Mo ti ní Jésù lọ́rẹ̀, èlò gbogbo fún mi. Oníkan lárẹwà tí ọkàn mi fẹ́. Onítànà yípadò ìràwọ̀ òwúrọ̀. Oníkan lárẹwà tí ọkàn mi fẹ́. Olùtùnú mi ló jẹ́ nú gbogbo wàhálà. Oníkìńkà nìyàn mi lóhùn lórí. Onítànà yípadò ìràwọ̀ òwúrọ̀. Oníkan lárẹwà tí ọkàn mi fẹ́. The other one I used to think I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back. You can take your word and give me Jesus. You can take your word and give me Jesus. You can take your word and give me Jesus. No turning back, no turning. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, ma.
Hello, ladies. I'm back again. I was almost crying, but thank God it is all over. It was such an emotional moment, and I'm sure that we'll go back home and replicate it. Maybe for your mommy's 50th birthday, for your mommy's 60th birthday, you can gift her a car, right? Car, yes. Or you give her an award. This is a very beautiful award. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you, Mas, for the panel session. We are really grateful. We've learned a lot. I mean, not learned a lot. I'm sure you've learned a lot. So right about now, because we want to loosen up a bit, so we just want to play a quick game before we move on to the next panel session. So media team, please bring out your phones. This is the time that you're allowed to use your phones. Bring out your phones. I'm sure that you all have internet connection. Who does not have internet connection? Let's bring out our phones. Let's bring out our phones. Please, media team, let's have you. So we're just going to play a quick game. So just click on play now. Yes. Continue as a guest. Yes. So there'll be a QR code. So let's just scan it. Everybody scan or go to quiz.com and put in the Q. So it's just easier to scan the QR code. The QR code is up. Yes, that place. So let's just scan. Let's bring out our phones and scan and scan and scan and scan. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Are we in? What's it saying? What's the issue? It's too small. Please, can you? So one person has joined, so let's go. Please, those that are online, please, can we drop the link, the QR code online too, so that they can join online? Or you go to quiz.com and you input the pin instead. Any one of the two works. So 4 people are in. We need more people. 6. Let's join. Let's join. 7. 8 people. Please, let's scan and join. When you go to quiz, you can also go to quiz.com, and then when they ask you to play a game, you input the code, and then we have 11 people. So if you're joining us online, I'll check now and see. So the link should be dropped there for you to join. So let everybody join. So now the quiz is in 3 parts. 5 questions are like we're trying to get history of women. 5 is about the Emerging Women's Conference, and 5 are videos. So let's see how fast we can go with it. I think I can start once we get to about 40. What's the issue? So those online too can join. That was why we had to pick a game that everybody can join online. Okay, I think I can start once we get to like 35 or 40. Let's join. What's going on? Why am I saying cool police? Why? Foolish. What are these names? You were supposed to change the names. What? Sister Ayana. Really? Papa Flower. Sister House. The Lord is watching you guys. So one more person and then we start. I have just 1 more minute. Okay, we can start. So I'm assuming that the rest of you don't want to win my prize. That's why you're not joining. So please, let's start the game. Just click on start game. Okay, the first question. Who was the first Nigerian woman to drive a car? So let's pick our winner. It's timed though, you have just 10 seconds to answer this question. So it's timed. So, who is our winner? Fumilayo Ransom Kuti. Yes, let's go. Next question. It will go automatically, just leave it. So the next question is, so toilets, you see why I said you should change your name? Who will now recognize himself as toilet? Who was Nigeria's first female political party founder? This is going to be apt. Right? And you cannot check ChatGPT because you have just 10 seconds. Yes. Algia. Lucky man. Toilet has gone down. Lucky man is not the winner. Let's have it. Good. Which Nigerian woman was the first to publish a novel in English? I know some people will get to go and pick something by mistake. Oh, tell me. Tommy has gone up. Who is Tommy? Ooh, nice. Which Nigerian woman became the first female vice chancellor of a Nigerian university? You know, all of you are in schools, in universities, Who do you think is the winner? Sorry, don't cry. Sorry. Ooh. Who was the fearless activist and wife of the late MKO Abiola, assassinated during the struggle for democracy? This one, I put it there as Jara. Oh. So if you don't know this one, I can't help you. Oh. I mean, easy peasy, right? So, because of our time, we'll just stop here. Toilet, I'm seeing you again. Ife A, who is Ife A? When was the first Emerging Women Conference held? I mean, when was it held? I'm guessing that Bay. I'm just saying no. Was it not during COVID? COVID, Abi? I'm just thinking that Bay, maybe. I don't know. Next question. Tommy, oh, congratulations. Toilet is there. I love it. So, what was the theme of last year's Emerging Women Conference? Femininity and masculinity. Don't you think that, babe? Love in every word. The movie. Okay. Her mind, money, and marriage. What's the theme of this year's one? Yes, Unafraid. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Toilets. You're really you're really pushing it. Who was the keynote speaker of last year's Emerging Women Conference? This one, I deliberately by myself said, I will do all of you part today. I'm sure that most of you will miss it. Let's go. You people do not know about it. Mrs. Patient Salami. So if you are last year's conference, you would know. We will know those that are guessing and those that actually know what was going on last year. So just 4 people got it. Amazing. Fluffy Aka, where did you come out from? All but one was not a speaker at last year's Emerging Women's Conference. Anolu Adepoju, Idera Etim, Temilade Adelakun, Toby Otokiti. Who do you think was not there? I'm thinking that maybe it's Toby. I don't know. Idera Etim. Idara is different from Idera. And the surname is different now. Last question about the Emerging Women Conference. The Emerging Women Conference focuses on the following people, except, again, I did you guys a service, so you guys should thank me. So if you don't get this one, then that's on you. So after this, we'll be going into the next panel session, and then from this, we'll be reading the bios of the panelists, and we'll be starting the panel session immediately. So this part is quiz. Yes. I can't find it. So we'll be going into the panel session immediately after this. So this one is, I'm giving you 30 seconds for this. It's a video. What comes once in a minute, twice in a moment, but never in 1,000 years? You have like 30 seconds. You can try more than once, so keep trying. Try. Here's our clothes. It's just a word or a letter. I said it's just a letter. Letter M. M comes once in a moment. So if you drop me, I'll surely crack. But give me a smile and I'll smile back. What am I? So this is where, after this, we're going to stop the game and move right into the panel session. So this is where, call it a day, but let's have it. If you drop me, I'll crack. But give me a smile and I'll smile back. If you look at it and smile to it, to smile back to you. What other cue do you need? Exactly. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to go straight into the... You want to, if you drop your baby crack. My goodness. So we'll be going right into the panel session and we'll be gathering. We've listened from older women. I want to listen from young women, and that is what we want to do right now. As usual, please bring out your notes and your pens. Abby, yes, your note and your pen, because you're about to be blessed. You're about to receive something that is going to be with you for life. So let's have it. Let's have the citation of our panelists and they come up stage. This panel session will be handled by Mrs. C. So let's have a great time together. Thank you. Thank you.
Mosumola Folami is a devoted follower of Jesus and a passionate coach for female teens. She currently serves as co-pastor at House CCG Josiah Generation Teens Church, ministering alongside her husband. Her heart beats for children and teenagers. She prays for them daily and actively reaches out through mentorship and ministry. Every year, she hosts the Female Teens Conference and outreach events in alignment with the International Day of the Girl Child, creating safe spaces for young girls to grow in faith and purpose. Osumola is a gifted communicator and a certified Christian education teacher, committed to nurturing the next generation with wisdom and grace. She is joyfully married to a dynamic missionary, and together they are raising two incredible children.
Please make welcome Mosumola Folami.
Lokwe Awokule is an administrative research assistant with the research group on dimensions of feminized corruption across Africa. She works with the Justice Development and Peace Commission in Ibadan as a resource mobilization officer and also volunteers as a paralegal. She is currently pursuing an MA in Gender Studies at the University of Ibadan. With her experience in gender and disability inclusion training and in supporting women facing gender-based violence, Tolu Lokwe is passionate about advancing equity, ethics, and women's rights in society.
Please make welcome Tolu Lokwe Awokunle.
Olawumi Olalowo is a trained historian with a decade of teaching at the International School, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. She holds a bachelor's and a master's degree from Adekunle Ajasin University and the University of Ibadan, respectively, earning her a Global Leaders Award offer from Columbia College, George Washington University. Specializing in the history of medicine, women and gender studies, she holds other certifications in feminism, social justice and mental health from institutions like Johns Hopkins University and the University of Toronto. Connecting profession to life's passion, Olawumi was until 2022 the visionary leader of Ladies Connect and currently the convener of the opening place TOP with Aduoba, an annual gathering for young married women to experience rest in an ever-busy world and self-negotiate their unburdering process in the most unconventional ways. She is happily married to Yanuoluwa Olalowo, and together they joyfully serve God and the men of Issachar Vision. Please make welcome Olawumi Olalowo.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Mention the names, but some of these people they accepted to come in a very short time because, like I said, a lot happened. And I'm really thankful. It's such an honor to have all of you. And basically, so the theme for this panel session, the name we called it is, we call it the single married, mother, and everything in between. And the key word there is really the everything in between. Yes, because there are a lot of things in between those two. In between, even single and married, there's a lot. We know that one. But even married and mother, there's a lot of things there. And you know, we've had our mothers. How many people thought that was such an amazing session? Like, I'm grateful that we did it. I am. And you can see that the way I sat down, I was not in a hurry, because I told myself, whatever it takes to take the wisdom out of these women, we're going to do it. And in addition to that, you know, we wanted to also have this conversation. Some of the conversation we've had, but from the perspective of how do we bring all of those wisdom into bear in our own, do you understand? From the context of our own times, context of the unique peculiarities that they might not even understand sometimes, and how that has been for us. So, Tolu, I'm starting with you. You already know that. I'm starting with you. You know, I'll be honest. I called Tolu. Was it yesterday night? I called Tolu yesterday night, and I told Tolu, give me boundaries, because I know you so well that I can ask you plenty things. Do you have boundaries in mind for me? Make I know. I'll not go and be digging into like history. But I'm still going to ask you questions, because I feel like you have a wealth of understanding. Now, I should probably say this, because these, apart from choosing them carefully, they were also chosen to represent something. Tolu is chosen because she's my friend. She's unmarried. I thought about her because she's married, but not a mother yet, right? And she's married and a mother. And I did that deliberately because I wanted to put all of those perspectives together, because I know different people are in those different stages. And as much as they progress into each other in a way, they are not exactly the same thing. And trust me, they are not the same thing. You know, people just say, oh, you are married, and that's or no. Married and not yet a mother, and married and a mother is not the same thing. And the things that different people see is also different. So Tolu, I'm going to start with you. And I was saying something to you yesterday, and I was saying that I feel like one of the things that Tolu, you embody, which really, really delights me, and I feel like it's the reason why I feel like we should have you share wisdom, is the reality that you are so, I don't want to use the word unbothered, because unbothered can have that negative tone of nonchalant. Do you understand? That kind of thing, like you don't care. That's not what I mean. I mean, you have entered such a place of being unperturbed about when will you marry, this year, next year, second forever. You know, that kind of thing that we used to sing January, February. How many people remember that? Well, I'm dealing with Gen Z, sorry. Anyway, you've become so confident in the season that you are. And I know it's not because you don't desire marriage. Of course, you are my friend. I know you very well. And I just want to, my first question to you is, what does this mean? What has it meant to be single in a world that expected you to be married?
Okay. Where do I start from? Thank you. Everywhere. It has not been easy. Let me be honest. It has been a roller coaster of emotions. It has been a lot of ups and downs. I mean, my mom is still alive. My dad is still alive. And so you can imagine the questions on a daily basis.
No, you have to put context though. Wait. No, we have to put context. Tolu is my friend. So it gives you a sense that we're about the same age. She's actually a couple of months older than me. And she's the first daughter and first child. So you need to put that context. Yes, so you can understand why she's talking about her mom being alive, her dad being alive, and the questions. Yes.
Okay, so I'm the firstborn. My sister is here. And you know how you're supposed to lead by example? That has always been there growing up. Especially when my parents said to my siblings that, oh, look at your sister, look at how she doesn't trouble us, look at how she doesn't bother us. You people should just be like her, be like her. And it's like do you really want to be like me? So it's a lot. Let me put it that way. The pressure. I mean, I was having a serious conversation with my mom. Was it last week? No, this week. Yeah, this week Tuesday. Like I said, oh, mommy, this. I need to make a decision because I'm very close with my mom. So I said I need to make a decision. And then she said something in Yoruba. I don't know if our mommies will be able to help me because I can't remember. The only thing I remember doing was busting out laughing. And she said, oh, that a particular animal is looking for a husband, but the child is looking, no, a particular animal is looking for money, but the child is looking for a husband. And that I don't know, in our own situation, the reverse is the case. She wants her child to get married, but this particular child in question is looking for money. And I laughed because I knew that at that point, she said something that also got to me. And she said, now she has made up her mind to stop being afraid about this. That it's so sad that the people she's climbing mountain for, they are always laughing. When she calls like that, the way we play with my mom like this, and then she goes, she you are not worried. I know that when Tony was asking about boundaries, I was to be married in the sense that I had done my introduction. My family was aware. And Oga said, you know what? I'm not very sure again. And if you know me, you know I'm very confident in myself. I said, okay, what could be the problem? Because, I mean, that doesn't come out of nowhere. After almost 3 years. So I said, I was telling Toyin, was it Toyin? Yeah, I was telling Toyin that if I had gone for a degree, I mean, I'll almost be done with my PhD with that number of years. I mean, that was a joke, but then you get my point. And so when this person started the whole ups and downs, when it ended, I think for the first time in my life, I was grateful Nigeria was a country without electricity. I mean constant electricity, because everybody's generator was on. So I could cry very well. You know, there's a difference between crying and wailing. I mean, I wailed. And just like the professor and the judge that spoke earlier, what did I do? I turned off my internet data. I crafted a message, because at that point, I had to quickly call my mom. She was going to the market to get her Shuebi already. So it was that close. It was a few months to the wedding. The church was aware. We were to pick venues. I'd called my dressmaker. I mean, it was a lot. And so I turned off my data. I said, okay, what do I want to do? What do I want to do about this? So the first thing was I crafted a message. The same me that crafted message to everybody. I'm getting married. Oh, yay, rejoice with me. Are you doing Ashebi? Are you doing this? Let's do this. It's the same me that now has to craft a message and say, actually, guys, it's not going in that direction. So it was a whole lot. And so I crafted the message. I started selecting everybody's numbers one by one and sending the broadcast. It was like a broadcast out to them one by one. But my data was off. So when I was done, I put on the data. You know, everything we deliver at the same time. Then I went off again. And then one of our friends, Tokpe, she started calling. She said, I not pick calls. Because at that point, I was like, whoa, it is what it is. I mean, don't stress me too much. But then, you know how God is intentional. What do I mean? Where I currently, if I was working at my previous establishment, I probably would have run mad. But where I was working, I had an office with 3 people in it. And one of them is so close to me, Barrister Dolapo. I have to mention his name because he is that important in this grand scheme of things. And one day he said something, and didn't know I was crying. And I had to explain the whole process, the way I had to. I'm not very good with communication. So I set an alarm that once in 2 weeks, I would make sure I get in touch with his parents. I was that detailed. So when I called his parents, and for the first time in almost 3 years, they didn't pick and they didn't call back. I said, okay, thank you. Immediately I said, you know, as a woman, there's this intuition that you have. I said, something is going on. Now, the thing is, the previous day, myself and my friend decided to learn how to cook a particular type of vegetable. So I had that vegetable. It's very important. I'm coming back to it. And so when they didn't pick their call, immediately he responded with a message. It wasn't the one I called, but it was the one that messaged and said, we need to talk. I said, okay. And I heard the Holy Spirit tell me, go and eat. The journey was indeed far. He said, go and eat. So I carried my vegetable. I made eba. I ate. I now sent message. You can call. And so with all the rigmaroling, the whole everything, like my church knew, my mom's church knew, his church knew. So it was like, oh, okay, this is how you want to do it, so it's fine, God. I wrote a poem and I talked about if my pillow could speak. It would tell the story of every tear I've cried. So don't think that this young lady that is always smiling did not go through. No, it wasn't easy. Because I was this close to mentioning at work that, I was getting married. If I'd done that, it will have been terrible. But God surrounded me with good friends. In the sense that they kept... Toyin called me. Toyin was in the US then. And she called. And we spoke for a couple of hours. Even when she came to Nigeria, she visited. So one thing is, I always pray for people. And I constantly pray for myself. My sister says it's a gift. The gift of friendship. That you will have friends that matter when the test comes. And so with that in mind, you can now understand why my parents were very agitated, because it was almost like we needed to prove a point that our daughter is not the problem. And me, I wasn't going to prove a point. I was not ready to prove a point. The only question I asked God, this was very close to Valentine's Day, so you can imagine. So the only question I asked God was, what next? What next? And He gave me details. So let me just stop there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There are a number of things that you have said. And that's why I asked you that question in a way that was not very specific, because I wanted to allow you to tell your story. Because, when I was thinking about who to bring as a speaker for the singled part, it was intentional that I didn't want to bring someone who was single and maybe in their early 20s. It was deliberate. It was deliberate that I didn't want to bring someone who was single in their early 20s. Because in that situation, single is we still regard it as normal. Do you understand? It's okay. But I wanted someone who for them, single maybe was not even a choice. In this kind of situation, this was a situation of someone who was almost married. And, life-lived. Do you understand? And the reason why that was important, and which is part of the things I'm picking out of what Tolu said, is the fact that even if singled was not a deliberate choice, you can still live fully in it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Even if singled was not, it was a situation where you would not have preferred to be there. Do you understand? It was not like, there are people who are choosing to be single. Like, okay, I don't want. But even if singlehood was not a choice, It was not something you chose by yourself. It was that one way or the other, you found yourself there. You found yourself still single at a certain age that was not your plan. You can still be at peace in it. And I feel like that's one of the things that Tolu found. This story that she's saying is not funny. Trust me. It's a lot more. You already imagine it. It's a lot more. It's still a story that myself and Anu were talking about recently. I'm like, the artist thing that still annoys me inside of it. Even me, I needed God to heal my heart. Do you understand? That was how much this was. It was something that even me, do you understand? I needed to pray for my heart. Like, God, help me to even forgive this person. It's not me, but it was that deep. But like I was saying, one of the things I'm taking out of what you have said is the fact that this sense of unafraid, when it comes to singlehood, regardless of how it's formed, you have to do it for yourself. But if you can, you also have to do it to the people that are closest to you. The idea of having a mom who has entered that same sense of rest with you is a major part of this. I remember when my mom is here, so she would be able to testify to this. When once you just finish school, the next people, a young lady, people start asking you, when will you get married? And I can't remember if my mom remembered this, but I remember sitting her down. How old were we then? Maybe 21, 22. That's what we were when we were leaving school. And I remember sitting my mom down. I sat her down and I told her, Mommy, there are some things I want to tell you. Number one, know in your heart of hearts, I like marriage. I want to marry. I will get married. When? I cannot tell. And even then, to be honest, I didn't even think it was going to take that long. But then, it was just, what I was really trying to do with my mom, I was telling her I cannot tell, but please, let this not be a conversation where you're asking me every 2AK market days. No, seriously. I'm not joking. She remembers. I sat her down. I was like, I need you to know I'm going to marry. I love marriage. It's not an issue of I'm going to marry because you want me to. I love marriage. But when the marriage will happen, I do not know. And one thing I need you to do for me is please don't make this a pressure point. You see, outside people, I can deal with them. But if it's coming from inside, it's harder. So, if I'm in a place of rest concerning my singlehood, I need you who are the closest to me to be there too. It's the reason why I had friends like that. Friends who, do you understand? Because the truth is, especially when your singlehood begins to, elongate to a certain place that is beyond where you wanted it to be, you need allies in your rest. You need people, and I think that's part of the thing that's standing out to me. The fact that you have a mom who is still close to you, who is not using every opportunity to remind you that you are not married, who is not thinking of your successes as if they are not important because you are not married. Do you understand? I remember my 27th birthday. I called my mom. I will never forget. It's one of the, there are reasons why I genuinely love and respect my mom. One of it was the fact that she allowed me to be. I remember my 27th birthday when a number of people, people will send you birthday messages that were subtle compliments, subtle reminder of the fact that auntie, you should marry you and all of that. Yeah, I saw a lot of birthday messages that way, like, by this time next year, all those kind of things. I remember that I called my mom that day. Around that time, I had already settled into the sense that this marriage thing, it will happen when it happens. I'd already gone through, trust me. I'd gone through a lot by that time. So I was not even in the mood. Like, artificially see less of learn. Anytime that it does, it will be fine. And one of the things that was in my heart that time was the fact that I knew I also wanted to do a PhD and all of that. And I remember my mom calling. She calls all the time. But she called on my birthday and she was praying for me. And she doesn't remember this. But I remember that day, after she had prayed for me and all of that, the core part of her prayers was how, this PhD that is on your mind, God will open a way for it and all of that. And she ended that prayer, God will settle you. There was no subtle sense of, you have not married and all of that inside. And I remember that day, I'm like, all of you that are doing all of this does not matter. If my own mother does not have a problem with the fact that, and why I'm saying that is because for someone like me, I'd been that kind of person who people looked at and felt like you are so driven, that's why you're not married. It's not even people looked at. There are some of my proteges that people said that to. People that did not say it to me directly, they said that to them to dissociate them from me and all of that. And having close allies, friends, a mom, do you understand, who helped, who also were in that state of rest with me, was important. And my point here is, if in your all findings, please ensure that as you are finding rest, let your battles not be with the people that are closest to you. If you can, you are in a prolonged singlehood time, sit your parents down, have heart-to-heart conversations with them. Have friends that they are not snickering at you, they are not putting it as derogatory comment and things like that. Sorry, I've already added a lot. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I needed to say that. I'm going to come to Wumi now. Wumi, I also ask you for boundaries. So I had to, because I know that a number of these things are very, very... the question I'm going to ask you, Wumi, is this. Many people talk about the need to do certain things before you get married. Like, if you want to do masters, do it too, or else, you might not have, all those kind of things. A lot of people talk about that. Like, do certain things, so, you say, have your own money, all of those things. And I want to know what your perspective is on that. Because, and the reason why I'm asking that question is that there are possible two ways to see that. There's a way that people say that in a way that could probably just mean, go after your life while you are waiting for marriage. But there's also a way that can be said as if, that can be thought of, and I see a lot of young people thinking about it that way, as if it is like, once you enter marriage, certain things become harder to do, certain things become harder to accomplish, certain things, do you understand? I just want to ask what's your perspective on that? How would you advise someone in that direction? Yeah.
All right. Once again, I'm glad to be here. And I would say that it's so good to be here because, I've not seen Tolu in years.
I was surprised you people knew each other.
Practically grew up together. All right. Yes. So my question, I would say that, true, people say this, and it's like every single gathering you go to before you get married, these things are part of the normal things that has been taught. You have to get this done before you get married. You have to, when you get married, life becomes busy. I have a friend that spoke to me recently and said, the moment you get married and you start having kids, you lose yourself. Yes.
Yeah, coming to that.
That is an opinion. And I'm not saying it because, it's something that has been, etched in our minds before getting married. The fact that you have to do everything you need to do before deciding to get married. Because the moment you get married, there are certain things you will not be able to do. Well, my perspective, that is not true. Not absolutely. Now, I'm saying that because, first, the kind of person you settle with actually matters. And that is why, in the process of, choosing, getting engaged, the journey, there's this, we are always taught that it's important that, God is involved, your mind is open, you're not cajoled and all that. But it's very important who you settle with. Because I've seen people that they've gotten married and they've lost their dreams. They've lost their visions. They've lost whatever it is. They are finding it difficult to even trace themselves. They have to run back to books, jotters to remind themselves of the things God said to them. They have to run back to jotters to remind themselves of, oh, okay, I think I had this dream once. They have to see someone that is doing something great to remind themselves that I actually wanted to be this person. Okay? So, first, the kind of person you get married to actually matters because, support system is very important, help, the love, the encouragement that you need. But beyond the person that you get married to, you yourself must be an intentional being. You must be someone that, growing up, I was this kind of person that if I set my mind to do something, I give it all my best to get it done. And I do not want to care who is on the same page with me. I remember when I wanted to gain admission into secondary school, and my dad was saying, no, it's not time. We don't want you to go to, there's a particular school we want you to go to, and it's like, you're not getting it yet, so please, I want you to stay. I said, I'm not staying another year. You see, this year, I am going to get this admission, I'm entering. And they were all saying, Wumi, your own is too much. Oh. When you say you want to do something, you have to do it. I say, yes, I want to do it. I want to move. As young as I was then, I had my way. Not because I was stubborn, but because I was very intentional. What I wanted to do, as young as I was alive in me. And that has been my life. I kept moving that way. So intentionality is very important. I do not believe that the moment you get married, marriage takes your life from you. Marriage should give you your life. Marriage should amplify something inside of you. It shouldn't kill it. So the moment you go into marriage with the mentality that, and with the fear that the moment I get married, this thing is going to, I'm telling you, you will naturally fall into it. You will naturally find yourself, in that position. And, I think she knows, some things about myself and my husband. And, we got married and we're not planning it. That, we're just thinking it's just going to be fast and swift. You had to leave the country and all that. And we're just thinking, it was just going to be a smooth journey. And we give ourselves like, okay, at most 3 months. You will go and I will join you 3 months into 6 months, 6 months into 1 year, 1 year into 2 years, 2 years into 3 years. And I keep seeing people that we started the journey together. They've gone. And at some point I feel like, wait, me? What's going on? But like I said, first, being intentional about your life before entering into marriage is very important. So that whatever it is that you encounter in the journey of marriage does not define you. It does not define you. It does not stop your life. So when that happened to us, we had to find a way. Okay, yes, we are still waiting to be together, but life has to keep moving. We cannot stay on the same spot. I can't say, okay, because my husband is not here, I won't do. I love ministry. Yes. I love academics. I love ministry. And one of the things, we started focusing on was that this is what has been my heart desire, this is my burden, okay? And we sat down together. How do you think we can do it? And we started. I spoke with a few friends that I know, okay, let's gather young women that, they're in their marriage. And usually, it feels like the first few years of marriage, there's this struggle of, because of the mentality we carried into marriage. And, I just developed that burden. And we started doing, that was what gave birth to the opening place at Wumba. And I intentionally, decided that it's going to be at the end of the year, because most of them, the moment they get married, they find it difficult to even step out, to even breathe, to think about themselves, to set goals, and to pursue them. Some people even lose relationships. Relationships that matter because they've gotten married. It doesn't have to be like that. You do not have to lose a friend that matters to your life and to your journey. So, I will go back to the question. My perspective, I do not believe that any woman should lose their lives because they are getting married.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, when people used to say that thing before, it used to sound nice until there was a day I sat down, I'm like, no, this thing is not correct. Because just like you're saying, honestly, in my own experience, I found that marriage became a multiplier. And I feel like it's the reason why a number of times when I hear certain things, you know, all of this bad rep about marriage, honestly, I can't relate. Not because I'm trying to be. I can't relate. Second is the fact that, and it's not just me, because when you speak like this, you feel as if, oh, you are talking from a privileged person. No, I have friends who have been this way too, whose life got richer when they got married. Like, how can you tell me that when we now put two heads together, that's when things now became worse? That means it was not two good heads in the first place. If it was two good heads, when we put it together, things should become better. So, and just like you said, it also starts from how you were even thinking about it going into it. Once you have already had that mentality that, oh, I need to do this before I get married, because if I get into marriage, I will not be able to do it again. Of course, when you get into marriage, even when there's no limitation, there will be that mental barrier that you are married now, so you can't do a master's. You are married now, you can't do this. You are married. I feel like, just like you said, environment also really matters, because I feel like some of those things they didn't occur to me, because for crying out loud, I had a 40-year-old mother who went back to do BSc with 4 children. So what are you trying to tell me? Do you understand? Just seeing some of these things around me, and I love this thing that George Alero said. He said, from every one bad story that you have heard, there are 50 good. So you just have to look for. And sometimes it's because you are not looking. They are right beside you. They are your aunties, your uncles. They are right beside. Are there bad stories? Yes. But are there many evidences that show that the things that you are thinking is not crazy? Yes, too. Is where are you looking? I'm going to come to Mosumola. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. She came all the way from Ede. So please help me appreciate her for coming. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask you a question again. Because when I was thinking about some of the questions, I wanted to touch on, because I know I would have had conversation about marriage with even some of our mothers. So I wanted to touch on things that I would not have had with them. And one of it is this idea. We are in a generation that struggles a lot with male and female relationships, where I don't even know how to say this. If anybody goes to Twitter like I do, which I'm realizing now that I have to stop, because I realize that place is not an okay place. But if you go to Twitter a lot, like not a lot, I don't go a lot, do you understand? But at least you go to Twitter a bit and you follow and you see things that are discussed there. One of the things that amazes me a lot nowadays is how things literally easily denigrate to a gender thing. Someone did something and it becomes, this is how women are. Someone did something and it becomes, this is how men. I'm like, no, it's just one person. How did you extrapolate from one person to a whole gender? It's not supposed to be that way. But the truth is that, like I said, societal set values, and we're in that time where there's just a very wonky relationship, a lot of distrust between the two genders, a lot of fear women, men as this kind of thing. There's a lot of distrust between men and women, and we are trying to pursue marriage, which literally bring men and women together. Thankfully, that's what we are still doing in marriage anyway, not women and women. So you get what I'm trying to say. And for us as believing women, there's a certain way that we are not even just expected, that, you know, God in his wisdom, which is eventually you find that is wise, designed this to happen. There's a balance of partnership and leadership, where, you know, a man leads a home, but you're also his partner and all of that. My question to you is, how have you learned to balance that partnership and leadership thing? Because although I know both of them are inside marriage, they are not exactly the same. And I feel like that's where the struggle is. I know a lot of younger women talk about, oh, me and my husband are partners, you know, partners, equal partners. And I get it, but there's also the part of leadership. So for you as a believing woman, in a world where things easily get genderized in that sense. How have you been able to balance working with your husband as both a partner but also as a leader? Do you understand my question? I know I'm asking lots in one, so yeah.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I do not take it for granted. Okay, partnership with my husband and also leadership. The first important thing is that God created marriage for a purpose. So it's not that I want to marry. Why? What is the purpose God is bringing both of you together? You have to find it. So you don't just marry anybody. You have to know, okay, it starts with you. You have to know your purpose. You have to know where you're going to. And you don't expect that, like me, I'm a missionary, my husband is a missionary. I remember there was a time I was dating an accountant. In fact, I was on him. The boy he's a boy. Let me just say that. Because today, he will say, God said I should not do again. I say, okay, go your way, I go my way. Well, again, you will come back, say, I think I'm getting a signal that we should continue. Me too. I say, yeah, let's continue now. Sure, you see that he's actually a boy. So, at that point, I knew that even if I go ahead with this marriage or this relationship, we are going to two different directions. We are not going the same way. Right from secondary school, I had already had the call of God for my life. He had already called me when I was about to write my JAMB. Like, I'm going to use you. So I already know that I'm going to marry a pastor, in quotes. So I already know my purpose. I knew where I was going to. I knew where God was taking me to. So going into marriage, when my husband started sharing some things, then when we just met, we actually met on a it's a funny journey. We're going to Mina for a mutual friend's wedding. So the people in the car, they were engaged, but both of us were single. So at a point, all of them started calling, how are you, this, that. So he just told me that, hello, let us talk to now. So that was how we became friends, from friends to, you know. So when he started telling me about what God was telling me, it was resonating with what God has told me. So I knew this was the person. Even when there were so many things in between, I knew that, yes, this is the person God has ordained for me to do life together. So we actually know the purpose, and that is basically missions, reaching the unreached. Mine is children. Anything children, I am there. Outreaches to children, how to catch them young, I am there. Why him is mission mobilization. So you see that everything is connected. So when he comes that, okay, God gave me a vision. I remember there was a year, he went for a retreat, and he just started saying about this vision that, God gave me a vision, this, that. I'm like, okay, calm down. How can we go about this vision? He started saying, and to God be the glory. She knows about the vision, our retreat. It came to reality. We're able to partner together because I saw that this was really from God. And we're able to, okay, what do you want me to do? How do you want us to go about? Although my husband is one man mopo, he likes to do his things by himself. And after doing it by himself, he will not come again and say, hey, you people did not even help me. You people did not. I'll calm down, guys. Say, where do I come? He said, don't worry. But I still come in my own way. So that is the place of partnership. Then when it comes to the place of leadership, I allow him take most decisions. I allow him, just like the judge said, that there was a time that God blessed him with a particular huge amount of money. And I tell you, I already had budgets for that money. I was like, God, thank you. You seen my heart that I need this money like anything. He just woke up one day. I said, God wants me to give everything. I was like, God, it is well. I said, okay, give it all. But deep inside, I knew that God actually spoke to him. It was not that he just wanted to. God spoke to him, and I trust the grace of God in his life. That's one thing. If nothing, the grace of God upon my husband's life, I trust it like anything. I know where God is taking him to. I know that this man, oh, no. But the most important thing is trusting God in the life of your husband, in the life of your partner. When you are able to trust God, you're able to see God in him, you'll be able to submit to his leadership and also partner with what God is doing with his life at a particular season. Because there are seasons in marriage. There are different seasons. When it will be rosy, when it will be, God, why me? When? What happened? What's going on? You are still able to trust the grace of God upon his life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, I feel like one of the things that stood out, that is standing out for me in what you're saying is first of all the idea that partnership and leadership don't have to be, they can go hand in hand. And I feel like that is a very important message, to realize that the fact that you think of someone as your partner does not have to remove the fact that you also think of him as a leader. And I think, just like you have said, this matter of leadership and submission and all those kind of things that we like to struggle with, it comes down to trust. Always does. I love the way Mommy Salako said it when she was speaking. She said she follow her husband's footsteps because she has seen that it's safe to follow. And this is not a men's conference, so what I'm saying is supposed to be for men. The few young men that have been around me, one of the things I love to say to them is, you have to learn how to create an environment of real safety. Because these things become easy, not necessarily easy as if there's no flesh to deal with. You deal with flesh, regardless of even it's safe. The person can be very safe, and their safety is what is annoying you the most. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying that this unafraid thing, you can think that, oh, I'm afraid of, the opposite can happen to you and you're still afraid of it. Me, I know that the first couple of months of our relationship, what I was afraid of the most was that my husband was too good. And it sounds funny, but it was a big issue for me. I was like, this brother, you are lying. This thing is fake. You want me to fall deeply in love? You not show me your true color. You can't blame me. I've had cases of hurt in the past. So the more it was good, the worse my fear became. Like, you say lies. So I was looking for something to poke at him. He's not here. We talk about this now and we laugh now. Like, I'm not even kidding. I was finding trouble. Like, let me see, what's the worst thing I can do to make you do your worst? That was my mission. Like, what's the worst thing I can do to make you do your worst? So I will make big issues out of things that are not supposed to become issues, because I just wanted to poke at you. Like, you know that kind of thing that if I poke you, what will come out? This all nice that you are doing is not true. And I remember what brought me. The story is funny to think about now. I still remember where I was. I was on my way. I was somewhere around LA, and I was chatting with him. I've made a big issue out of something that was very small, and that day he just told me, and I wanted, I used to tell him that time that I was looking for fight. That I wanted us to fight. Like, what? Like, it's funny. I look gentle, but I really was not. And I remember that day he told me, I'd said something, I can't remember what it was, but He told me, Tony, I can see now that the Lord needs to heal your heart, and it's not something I can do. I'll pray for you. I don't know how that thing broke me that day. I remember reading that chat, and I almost cried where I was. And in that instant, I realized that it's not this man, it's me. You know that realization that just dawned on you, like, I'm the problem. I am the problem. Why have I gone into that story? It's the fact that the truth is, just like you said, this leadership comes down to trust. It always does. And don't let the people who for whatever reason entered marriages where they didn't ascertain the things they were supposed to ascertain make you distrust the man that is in front of you who is doing his best. He did not do anything to you. It's Mrs. Joro and their husband. It's not. I'm saying this and we are laughing. It's not funny. People are annoyed with their spouses, their fiancés, on stories they read on social media. The guy did not do anything to you. You just, and so you want to go and carry that story and say, if it was me that did this to you, what will you do in that situation? It's not your story. Anyway, I'm going into things I'm not supposed to be going to, but I feel like I needed to say this. Tolu, I'm coming back to you. You were saying something about friendships, and I really wanted you to talk about that. Because there's a two dimensions to the matter of friendships when it comes to singlehood, especially when you're at the stage where you're already having friends who are getting married and all of that. There's a part of, you've talked about the nice part, which is the fact that, oh, you know, you have good friends who held you. But what I'm curious about is navigating the idea that, how do I say this? Your friends are getting married and life is changing for them, which also change the dynamics of your relationships. The dynamic of my relationship with you have changed over the years because more responsibility and all of that. How have you been able to stay in your singlehood with rest while still pursuing friendship with your married friends in a way that does not let their marriage bother you, in a way that does not also what's the word now? In a way that also does not reduce the fact that the dynamics have changed. Do you understand what I mean? I'm sure you understand what I mean. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the first of our group to get married was Anu. Yeah. And I remember that day that I just knew that something definitely is going to change. When Toyin got married, of course, I mean, I was a chief bridesmaid. And I knew in my heart that on both occasions, if after them, maybe and their family members happy for them, I was the next person that was happy, excited, and looking forward to what they would do with this new stage that they are in. Tokwe got married early this year. I was also on a bridal train. And I kid you not, I was very excited. Now, in the next 6 months, I'll be attending 3 weddings. Yes. It now seems like the more I keep telling myself that, because I have these conversations with God, and the more I keep telling him that, okay, God, you know how I'm so assured that when the time comes, it will happen. I do not want the root of jealousy to spring up while I'm waiting. And I've guarded my heart in the sense that I see my friends as an extension of myself. Because, I mean, when we were in IVCU, we used to converse about how
we all began to buy books. And we said we will create libraries for our children, not just for ourselves, for our children. So, I mean, if we have had those conversations, and my friends will be like, oh, don't worry, Tolu, when we give birth, we send all our children to your house, because the relationship I have with children is a very interesting one. And I constantly, when prayers are being offered, yes, for marriage, I pray it like there is no tomorrow. And once I'm done with it, I don't pick it up again. And so, you know that statement, an idle hand is the devil's workshop. If you don't find something doing, all your thoughts, because we are thinking beings, all your thoughts, all your efforts, and social media is not helping. It will be in that direction, in the sense that you feel you are unaccomplished. And so one thing I needed to, the conversation I had with my mom, one of it was that marriage is not the ultimate accomplishment. It is a tool towards accomplishment. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. It's a tool. It is not like, oh, finally, I got married and then that is it. Which is where the mistake is. Which is where the issues are. But once you realize that I have a purpose, there is nobody here without a purpose. And I always, each time I remember what happened to me, now I am more grateful. I used to be grateful, yes, but now I'm more grateful in the sense that I'm like, oh God, I thought I knew and understood your plans for me. The way you are unraveling things on a daily basis just amazes me. What do I mean? I'm running another master's in UI. I already have a master's degree, which was one of the reasons why I got employed. So, I mean, I have a job, I have a master's. Like everybody will say, what else are you looking for, Abby? And then God said, so you're going to stand up and you'll go and do gender studies. Now, I always felt gender studies was more of something we say. I didn't know that you can actually go to school and study these things. I did not know. So the part of it being a figment of my imagination, it was never even in the imagination. I never knew it existed. And here I was. I just stood up that day. I said, okay, let me go to UI. Let me get to, where is that department? I asked around to show you that I didn't even know anything about it. I asked around, and then they pointed me in the right direction. And I got there, and this woman says, oh, you're welcome. Today's the deadline for the form. Oh yeah, go to PG school and pay. I said, okay. I got there, I paid. After payment and registration, I did not get invited for test of English. It was my friend that called me that, oh, she has started class in our own department. I said, we've not yet done test of English. He said, what are you saying? What is we? Everybody has done test of English and moved on. I stood up, I went back to UI. As I was about to leave, because I was already frustrated, the Holy Spirit said, go back to that department. As soon as I got there, this man said, this is what happened, Abby. I said, yes. And I sat down, I said, excuse me, sir, what's the next step? And he took me by the hand, and he said, you will start attending class. I was not a student. I was doing assignments. I was attending class. And then he said, oh, you know that UI now admits twice in a year. That's so maybe you'll be part of the second batch. I said, no. That was not God's conversation with me. If he wanted me to be part of the second batch, he would not even have told me at that time. He would have informed me, so no. And I remember that day. One of my favorite scriptures is in the book of Isaiah, where it says, bring forth your strong reasons. I was about to take a night shower, and I said, God, you said this. You are the one that told me to go and do it. And I'm glad I'm facing opposition, because it means you are in it. So I have to write this exam so that I can be part of this batch. I explained it. The following day, I got a call. Exam is on Friday. They said they are doing it for a selected people. And that was how I wrote my exam. And so I will tell you today that find what your hand finds to do. Do it well. Just like the professor, I think Alero and George, I've sold different things. I've sold jewelry. I'm selling frames at the moment. I learned to sew. What else did I do? Tell me, what else did I do? I write. I have a blog. What else? I teach children, which is one thing. Sorry, I know I want to round up with this. When I was looking for school fees, and I had to go to God in the place of fasting and prayer, when it came, I remember clearly, because I speak English with God, and on some occasions He responds in Yoruba. And He said, where you walk is where you will eat. And so marriage at this point, I know I will enter it. But pending that time, what the Master has for me to do, I will do it.
You know, initially I was, you know, when she started talking about what your hand finds to do, I was entirely asking myself in my head, how does that relate to friendship? But eventually it made sense. I realized that what you were trying to say, if I understand you, is where all of those things become issues is when your mind is idle. When your mind is idle, you have time for jealousy. When your mind is idle, you have time to be wondering this one or that one. When your mind is idle, you have a time to be wondering, oh, my married friend, they don't call me again. Do you understand? Usually it's because your mind is idle. That's true. That's actually true. I think I've never really even connected it that way. That idea of the idea that, you know, if this scripture, a lot of people don't know that thing is a scripture. The idle man is the devil's workshop. It's actually a scripture. It's the living Bible version of a particular Proverbs. The idea that the idle man is actually a devil's workshop is real. That many things will not be an issue when you have already filled your heart with valuable things. Because there's no space. Where do you have time to be remembering that one of your friends did not remember your birthday is because she's married now, because you are single, some of them don't want to talk to you again. Those kind of things. Making issues out of things that are not is really a sign of idleness. You're right. It's a sign of idleness. It is. And for me, it's a real light bulb moment for me, yes. I'm going to come to you. You have already started your conversation about the waiting phase. Okay, I was coming to you. And I remember I asked you yesterday that how much do you want me to talk about this? And what I wanted to talk about is you've had multi-level waiting process. What I mean by that is there's an ongoing waiting process concerning the travel plans. You know, we are in a generation. My husband says something that sometimes makes me laugh, but it's like any young couple of today who wants to look for maybe better opportunities, whoever had any sense of they are going to leave Nigeria or anything in their mind, as a young couple, you should prepare that there might be a time in your life that you and your husband will be apart, not necessarily because you planned it. And I remember when he used to say that, and I was like, yeah. But now I see reasons with him. And for some people, the process is clear. Yeah, 3 months, it's gone. For some people, it becomes complicated. It becomes a whole waiting process. But beside that, you also had the waiting. This also sort of work hand in hand with the waiting process concerning childbearing and all of that. And we don't talk a lot about that one, because a lot of people think that usually when it comes to the waiting that concern marriage, it's just about single into marriage. But you will be surprised that the pressure that comes with the waiting that is within marriage, when people, for example, you know, you are waiting to give birth to a child and all of that, can be a whole kind of thing. And I just want to know, have you navigated that? Have you navigated especially in your own situation where people even know that your husband is not around, so people can be saying interesting things like you probably already experienced, very interesting things, things like if all these people of this generation, it's because the husband and wife is not apart, that's why the child has not come, those kind of things. How have you navigated all of your multi-level waiting process even within marriage?
Every time is that God has been faithful. He's faithful. Waiting, she's been saying it, multi levels of waiting. Now, after we got married and my husband had to travel, we actually, yes, and then we had to wait for a longer season. At first, it was a challenge that your husband is not coming home, you are not going. How are you going to? You're not. I didn't get married at a very, yes. So it was expected that I wasn't even thinking of waiting 1 year, 2 years after marriage. If my husband had not traveled, the plan was that I would get married and then, I'll give birth. 9 months. Yes, 9 months, exactly. But, and it looks like, the story was changing. And first, I began to struggle. I began to struggle because it felt like my expectations were being cut short. It felt like, okay, I've had stories. One of the challenges I had, in accepting, my husband traveling and all that was because I have stories of people, aunties around me that, somebody traveled and the husband did not come back for like 5, 10 years. They still have issues. I think I have an auntie that, I think I was in SS3. I just finished work and she got married. I did confetti ladies, we call it confetti ladies then. And she's, till I finished, I entered university, I graduated, I did everything, husband did not show. So, the fear of, my husband is now saying this one, and I say, you're just joking, I don't understand this one you're saying. But like I said earlier, that, your intention, your intentionality, and also understanding God's season for your life. Understanding God's word for your life. We didn't step into it because we felt it was a normal thing, because people were doing it. We didn't step into it because it got an admission, we had to go. But, it was we had opportunities. We had other opportunities in Nigeria that was, staring at us that if you had stayed, I'll be balling. Excuse me, yes. But, we had to sit down, to think, to pray about it. And, we got to that point. And so in the journey, it began to feel like, did I make the right decision? I was worried, I was troubled, and I felt like, this friend, we got married the same time, and they have their kids, they are celebrating. I just gave birth to us. Congratulations, I was excited, but, I was just feeling my husband was here now. And I began to feel, if you can just come 1 month, let him just come. 1 month, go back, it's okay. But, I just felt all those things were happening. And then he came home, and, our heart was all expecting. And then he went back and nothing happened. And my head was, I began to wonder, hey, God, there's a problem, And then aside that, there were other people, other concerns for family that, this one is going like this. There were some processes I had to take, medical processes, journey I had to take before I got married. And, it was expected that the moment you get, the counsel was get married. The moment you get married like this, start having children. If you wait, it's another problem. So, I was battling with all of that. And, same thing with people saying things and people looking at you in a weird way and people thinking you were foolish to make such decisions and to still stay in it. And people having to use words that they feel, you having to deal with people that are very insensitive. having conversations. I've been in a conversation before amongst young women, and I had to take a lead, and I was given an assignment. I had to ensure that everybody gets this done, and then I've been experiencing it in a subtle way, and then all of a sudden somebody just blurted out, please now, we are nursing mothers. Please now, we are, I felt I was hot. I was hot because I felt, I don't understand. So are you trying to say that you don't get it? We can't, And I was hungry, I was hot, I went back to my closet. But one thing has helped me. I got to a point and I went to God and I started speaking with him. God, how you are so, about the situation before I entered into it. Your word brought us thus far, and your word has sustained us. And I was asking him, how do you want me to handle my present moment? And I came in contact with that scripture. We've always read it, where Jesus called Peter to come and walk on water. And Peter was like, oh yes, I can do it. And he started walking and he began to sink because he listened to the voice of the wind. People were looking at him, you are walking on water, impossible. Those noises. And God spoke to me, said, shut out the noises first. And I began to shut out. First, I didn't even look at the noises, external noises. It was just something little for me. I began to sit down and look at the internal noises. Where were they coming from? And I started writing them out. Okay? The fear of you are not getting younger. The fear of, even if you not go back to join him now, this medical process they said that you had, are you sure that it will not be a problem? All of those things. My friend, this one has gotten married. All those hurtful things. I sat down and began to detoxicate my heart. And I began to sit down. I began to strike out those noises. And I said, no, this one, I'm shutting you out. I do not want you. You're not going to come up in my hair again. I lose any feeling concerning this thing. And after that, I began to identify where external noises were coming from. Friends that will chat you up, how far now that they've gone? It's like they're concerned about you. Do you understand? I'm concerned, what's going on now, with what? And somebody chatted me up one day and saw my picture on TV. I was like, Umi, I saw your picture. Your posture was looking somehow. Are you taking maybe any drug that is making your tummy to protrude? I know the question the person is trying to ask.
Basically, are you pregnant?
Yes. At that time, my husband just left. Just traveled. So, that feeling of, I'm okay, nothing is wrong with me. I had to go and look at the picture. I'm fine. Nothing is bad with this posture. Do you understand? So I had to sit down and began to shut out those external noises. And wherever it is that those noises were coming from, if it's something I cannot manage, I will shut you off. That's the end. Because I need positive people around me. I need positive messages around me. So I do not need you to come to my DM and start telling me, stop patronizing me. In fact, I had an automatic response for almost everybody. You come to my DM, on my birthday, they will celebrate me and they will tell you, in the name of Jesus, everything in your heart. My husband had to reach out once and I said, wait, for me, I was celebrating my birthday and he sent me the prayers. That's this person said all these prayers. Do we have a problem? We don't have a problem. It is just people trying to put their nose into your matter and try to tell you that the season you are is not the normal season. It's not normal, it's abnormal. So you should feel uncomfortable about it. So the fact that you are bored, you are still living, is a problem and an headache. Something that they cannot fathom. They don't understand. How can you be living and you're something? People walk in and tell you that, are you okay? You're okay that your husband. Someone told me before and said, I don't believe it. You see, this fellow you're sitting down here, forget brothers, they are cheating. It's impossible for a man to stay without his wife. Even it was a brother. Oh, no, it's impossible. But I will just keep smiling. I know the man I married. And I didn't get here because I just woke up one day and I felt people were doing it was a normal thing. I got here by the word, and I'm still sustained by the word, and I'll keep moving by the word. So it is not a season will not come and I will say, okay, I'm losing myself, I'm losing my memory, I'm losing myself, I'm losing my understanding. No, it won't happen.
Like, you just have to clap. As you were speaking, I was remembering a number of stories of some of my friends who are in waiting season, some of the things that they've shared. I remember someone who also had her husband away for some time, went to do a program in another country. She literally had to move out of her house because of this, because people kept insinuating those kind of silly things beside her. That, are you sure your husband is not cheating? They were telling her silly things like, that it's a cold country, he's in a cold place. I'm like, what does coldness have to do with this? No. She knows what I'm about to talk about. One of her friends who's also waiting. Sometimes when she tells me some of the things that people have said around her, I'm like, you cannot be that insensitive. But maybe it's me that is naive. Because there are things that I hear that people say around, like, okay. Anyway, I think one thing that we have to come to terms with is a realization that you have to take your life and your journey by the horn and understand that, first of all, other people will not understand your story, and they don't really need to. The most important thing is, have you come to terms with embracing your own journey? I remember I sent out an email, I think last week, maybe the last email I sent, I can't remember. And I was talking about how if there's anything I wanted people to walk out of this conference with, it's a sense of knowing that your journey, you need to come to embrace your journey, even with the twist and turn. Your journey is not going to be easy. You're going to have things you did not prepare for. She didn't plan for this. You think anyone planned to run intercontinental marriages? No. Nobody planned for that. When your spouse is going abroad, you think, oh, in next 1 month I join them. Yes, that's how many people thought about. And many things that people encounter in marriage, people end up waiting for 5 years. They didn't plan for it. They didn't enter the marriage thinking they were going to wait. The question is, now that you are in it, what do you want to do with it? It always comes down to that. And like she has told us, it's really, whatever brought you here will also sustain you. It always comes down to that. Because eventually you have to go back, like she did, to the part that I did not enter this marriage anyhow. Do you understand? There are things, like you said, by the word, there are things, it's just coming down back to knowing that the God of your journey is still the God of your journey. That even if you didn't imagine that I was going to go out this way, it is now your journey. It is something that you have come to say, yes, I'm in a waiting season. Yes, I didn't plan I was going to wait for a child, but I am now. So what happens now? It's my journey. I'm going to embrace it, and I'm going to stay in faith. I'm going to stay steadfast. I'm not going to be thrown around by people's ideas here and there. I'm going to come to Mosomola. Now, there's something I'm trying to show you, and I hope you're seeing it. One of the things I'm trying to show is the reality that regardless of whatever stage you are, there's always something. Something can throw you. I needed to show this to exemplify what I was saying. Something that can throw you into a place of fret. Always, all the time. You can think, oh, I'm single. Once I get married, you don't know what you are going to meet inside that marriage. You don't know. So if you don't deal with fret at the root, there will always be something. There will, my sister, when you get there will still be something. There will always be something. And that's why the whole idea of Unafraid cannot just be dealt with from what is happening right now. Do you understand? is to come to a way of dealing with Fred, regardless of whatever it is. I'm coming to you, sis. And my question to you is going to be around I thought about asking you this question because last that question is really for me. I feel like when people are talking about motherhood, like new moms, you get married, you give birth, there's where you say it. By 20, I'll be done with school. By 25, I'm gonna get married. By 30, I'm done with giving birth. All of those kind of things. We say it nicely. And nobody, okay, I'm going to say nobody tell you because people say it that way, not because nobody tell you anyway, but nobody tell you that the process of becoming a mother, it can be a lot. It can be a lot. And my question to you is, in the joys of, people who are waiting for the joy of giving birth, right? But in the joys of giving birth, a lot is happening with the mother. A lot. I don't know if the person I'm speaking about will be watching this. If she's watching this, she will know I'm talking about that. We were having a heart-to-heart conversation as new moms, and she was like, it's not that I'm not happy. Like, she just gave birth and you're like, I'm happy, but I'm just I feel like I'm in a maze. One of my friends told me, Toyin, I look back at my pictures the first 6 weeks of giving birth, and I realized I was just autopiloting. Because, I couldn't even remember the things I did. I would see pictures, I was like, I went there. So that's 6 weeks. And it's not that you are not joyful. It's just that it's a lot. A lot is going on physically, emotionally, and all of that. That can... My question is, as you are someone who has gone through this twice, how did you navigate those seasons? I have a follow-up question, but I want you to answer that question first.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. If anybody told me that I was going to give birth to children, I would actually doubt it. I will tell you why. It's not a medical issue. It's just my growing up. I have this nickname, Alakpa Eke. Alakpa Stainless. I get tired easily. If I'm on a bus and someone is resting on me, within 2 seconds, I'm already feeling pains. So I'm already like, please adjust yourself well. So I'm that kind of, I have that body. So looking at carrying a baby for 9 months, and I tell you, on the day of delivery was something else. Let me just give you, I cannot explain the pains, but there's something our mothers used to say, Oloman figbagbesi. That is, God used to make you forget. Because if you don't forget, you now say you want to give birth to another one. I said, beg, you just pack away. This one is okay for me. As in, at first I started crying when the labor started. But I was staying at my sister-in-law's place at that time. And she told me something, don't cry. Don't cry. Somebody that is in labor does not cry. I'm like, okay. I was like, okay, ma'am. So I started saying, God help me. God help me. So when I got to the clinic, thank God there were scriptures around in the world, in the room I was. There was scriptures and the names of God. So when the pain, one thing about the pain, it stops, comes back, and come back. It will stop, it will come again. So when it stops, I'm relaxed. When it comes again, I'll just shout, Jehovah Rapha, help me! I was speaking the scriptures one by one. When it's finished, I will go again. And the labor, and also we had this mentality that I will deliver like the Hebrew woman. Just as I just entered the labor room like this, piam,
what did we think?
The baby has come out.
What did you think happened to them?
I'm telling you.
That they had painless. No, now.
Yes, but that was the mentality, the picture that was painted to us, that once you just get there, the baby comes out. But I tell you, from 2 a.m. to about 6:50 p.m., I was screaming and shouting and saying scriptures, and to God be the glory. At a point, they had to induce me. So later, the baby came out. Even when they wanted to stitch me because there was a tear, but the woman said, if I should stitch this girl, she will faint, because the way I was shouting, that mommy, oh. My husband can testify. My husband is here. He can testify. As in, I was like, God, just help me to get through this. When I got home, right there in the ward, I was discharged the very day. When I got home, before then, I noticed that I had inverted nipples. The nipples were inside. That was another battle.
You didn't know that it was an issue on the bed. Yes, I know.
I'm telling you, to now bring out the nipple was something else again. You know, African women in Nigeria, there are plenty remedies. This one will call you, Oya Shebai. This one will call you, Magboyi. This one will call you, do this one. This one will call you, do that one. To cut the long story short, we were able to get a solution. We got a syringe, opened the mouth, and put it and suck it out. That was another pain entirely. So the baby came. At some point, the baby will cry all night because the milk was coming out, but there was no way he could suck it. Let me put that word. So at a point, I started crying. That God, which kind of breast do I even have? Which kind of nipple is this one? But thank God I was able to go through that stage. Another story again. When, after the naming ceremony, I started feeling pain and I was to circumcise my baby the following day. So I went there and they examined me and they're like, we are supposed to stitch you. And I tell you, the place was already healing. So they had to stitch me that day. They had to scrape the place that was healed. Then gave me this thing I'm saying, if God did not allow me forget it, I will not give birth to another baby again. So they had to stitch it, and for days I was in pains. When they say pains that I cannot even describe it. At a point, I had to be saying, Jesus, thank you that you went through this kind of pains for me. Because I did not really feel the pains that Jesus, it was more, but I was able to feel part of it. I said, Jesus, thank you that you went through these pains for me. It was painful. It was really, really painful. And at a point, I was like, this baby that is always crying for me, what do you want from me? Like, a whole life is dependent on me. And I was 25 at that time. I still have this baby. I like to be baby of theirs because I'm last born. So everywhere I go in fellowship, they used to call me Jesus baby. I was this baby person. So I got to a stage that a baby was dependent on a baby. I like, God, you just have to help me. You just have to help me through this stage. You just have to help me. And I thank God for the gift of mother-in-law, for the gift of sister-in-law, for the gift of mothers, my sisters. And I tell you again, my elder sisters, none of them were married. There was a time that God told me that I was a light to my family. I did not really understand it. But the week I gave birth, the following week, one of my sisters got married. She got married August. I gave birth August 20. She got married August 25. October, my immediate elder sister got married. this price. Just because to me, getting married was more like a duty, something I would do for my family. It was not that I was really, really ready for marriage as such, but it was preordained that I was more like a door opener for the family. So it was not like I was saying, God, I must marry, although the desire to marry too was there, but it came at the time God wanted it. So giving birth to a second child.
I was going to ask you a quick follow-up on that, because two things that came to my mind as you were speaking is, number one, first of all, I was thinking, how did you not allow the fear of all of the things that you had gone through keep you back from motherhood the second time? That's first. Second is, from what you have said, like everybody would just say, like the thing is, even if you don't go through that much pain, particularly the first few weeks and couple of months of motherhood can be so interesting that you need a lot of support, emotional, physical. My question is, how did you learn to communicate it to the people closest to you? Because sometimes also, it's not necessarily that there are people who can help, it's that they don't know how to help. And the help is usually just more than help me with the baby. Because there's a lot going on internally. Like you said, that thing you just said about a baby depending on your baby, I can totally relate with it. There's a way that thing can scare you for the first few weeks. Like, wait, a whole human being's life depend on what I do. Yeah, there's just a way that the thing can put you in a, like, am I ready for this kind of thing? I remember the first night I got to, I had to call my husband, like, I'm not sure I can do this. I can never forget that day, because I just got scared in the moment. Like, no, I can't do this. My baby was crying all night. I had to hold him from like 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. I couldn't sleep. I was like, how am I going? How? This is not sustainable. I can't do this. So my question is, knowing everything that you went through the first time, how did you get to a point where it did not hold you back from thinking that motherhood was the problem? Do you understand? People can go through that kind of thing and it becomes motherhood, becomes a problem, so they don't want to go near it again. How were you able to heal away from that place where you know that the issue is, it was a unique situation? Yes, there were pain, but motherhood in itself is a beautiful thing that I still want to pursue. Yeah.
Okay, you asked the question, I was able to get help. Let me answer that. Okay, I said my sisters were not married, and I have this particular sister. She's, these sisters in the neighborhood that they carry, once you give birth like this, you will see them in your house. They will help you to take care of your baby. That was the sister I had. And immediately,
I can understand that.
So when she got married, I was crying. I like, please don't go, don't leave me. So from morning till she's with the baby, take care of him, do everything. My mom will bathe him and everything. Not until I had to return back to Jos, because I was based in Jos at that time, and I had to come down to Lagos to give birth and Ibadan and Lagos, because my husband was actually in a mission school for 1.5 years. So I was alone. So when I returned to Jos, he was 4 months old, and it was now me and him. Just like you said, that one day he was crying. Hey, this particular day, I was like, God, when you know I cannot take care of a baby, why you do not give me one? I was literally, he was crying, I was crying. I was like, God, what should I do? So at the point, he just said, okay, bathe him, put him on your back and take a stroll, and that was it. So in motherhood, you need God. You cannot do it on your own. It's God that gave you the baby. You understand the baby. Even when the baby cannot talk, to you the mother. So I was literally dependent to you the mother. So I was literally dependent on God. And I was able to move on. And I know that motherhood was not, it was a gift. Later on, I anytime I remember, I always say, thank you, Lord, for entrusting me with 2 nations. You know, she was saying that we are always looking at getting mentees, or men, I want to impart the word, I want to do this. Start with your children. So when I see them, I'm like, God, thank you for these destinies you have placed in my hands to nurture, to pray over, to make sure that they become what you have in mind for them. So I saw it as a gift. Then also there was community of women. I go to my friend's place and so yeah, both of you play, me and we gist. So I did not do life alone. Even now, my 2 children, they are in the house of a teenager, enjoying themselves. I did not even lock the door. I said, when you people are true, go and meet her in our house. So I did not take it like, hey, it's only me that will do it. No, I trust God. Whoever God brings to my heart that this person is a gift to you, I hold the person that, come on, you are not going anywhere. It is me and you together. I cannot do it on my own. So the second child did not come because of I must give birth again. Because you know now, if you give birth to one, they will ask you again. There's pressure everywhere. Even with these 2 now, they're already saying that, Madam, how far? 2 is not enough. Give us 3 or 4. I'm like, please, I am not ready. So they're already asking that, okay, when is the next one coming? My baby girl will be 4 by December. And I tell you, I am not ready to give birth to another one for now. Maybe God will not tell me that, okay, I want you to give me another one. But this girl came out of an experience. My house was boggled at a point. Remember, I was alone with my son in Jos. My house was boggled. And I cried. I was like, God, I wish you told me. Why did you allow me move to this house and everything? And in all, God related my story to Naomi. She went to Moab. And in Moab, she lost her husband and children. Then she came back to Bethlehem. And God actually wrote a book with this story. It's called Bogwood. It's a free book on seller. You can get it. So when I came back, I was able to recover from the whole experience. Then God said something. Remember, Naomi gave birth to Boaz. You are going to give birth to your own Boaz. Ruth gave birth to Boaz. And Boaz was more like Naomi's child. Because the women said that you came empty, but now God has blessed you. So that was the reason that I gave birth to the second one. Because God told me that I'm giving you your Boaz. So I was like, God, is she a boy again, boy again, boy again? If it's boy, it is Boaz in here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sis. Thank you so much. You were going to add something to that, so I'm going to allow you to speak for like.
All right, I just want to add to what she has said. Yeah, and I think I want to tap from the experience of some of the women that I meet with every year. And I remember last year when I was just thinking about one of the things to add to the things that we do. And I just wrote it because I used to hear it about postpartum depression. And I mean, we just entered into that conversation. And, I had, some of them, when they come with their babies, I have, a provision that someone is taking care of that baby and they're able to talk, they're able to relate. And one of them was, they were sharing their experiences. And one of them was breastfeeding her baby, and she was soaked in tears. She was crying because they could relate with almost everything. This one was saying this one, this one was saying this one. And I had to call one of my friends that she was not in the country when she gave birth to a baby. So you would think that if you're in Nigeria, maybe it's Nigeria that is hard. If you go out, maybe, it's going to, that place is even more lonely than Nigeria. So. And, she said she was there and she almost committed suicide because her head, she was too full. And one of the things they brought out that I know a lot of them said helped them was because they had a community of people who they could help them. A safe community that, it's not like, you be amidst a group of women and they are talking about this is my problem, and they are not providing solutions. Like they decided to put themselves into a community of women that could help them, that could breathe positive comments into their lives. And I think one of the challenges also is that I think they have memory loss, that they call it pregnancy brain or what, baby brain, I don't know. That the mom's brain, that they forget things, and you just feel like, wait, I'm not like this before, I'm not mad, I'm not a fool, I know what, and a lot of them, had to get communities of people, not just church, but also even outside. Sometimes there's a way church would, I don't know, okay, so in a community of people that actually also help us. So I think it's also one of the things that can help to navigate.
Thank you so much. I feel like for me, and I wanted to speak a little bit about this because, like I said, it was a little bit of a question that came also from experience, recent experiences. And I was thinking of the fact that if you are not careful, you can. There's expectation that motherhood is joy. You have joy of the newborn and all of that. But if you're not careful, you can just pass through the whole thing, and the whole thing is not passing through you. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Yes. And that's because, and I'm saying this especially for new moms, people who are doing maybe the second or third time, they probably are already used to all that is entailed. But someone who is doing it for the first time, I remember how, when I was heavily pregnant, in my head, I was like, I can't wait for this pregnancy to be over. Pregnancy. It's now I look back, I'm like, in a way, pregnancy was easier. Because worst case, those time, I just want to sleep. Now, I cannot even sleep anytime I want. Because there's someone that needs your attention when he needs it. Do you understand? You don't get to decide when the attention is needed. You just have to attend. That's it. And it can be a lot. But my interest is to show that it is not an impossible a lot. And it is not the lot that needs to put you into a place of fret. Many young people fear the idea of motherhood. Most of the time, their estimation of what motherhood is even little compared to the reality of it. I'm telling you, I feel like if many young women actually closely work with someone who is a new mom, they'll probably just say, you see this thing? Hey, you're under me. Don't worry. I know responsibility, nations. We do nation with other people's children. And what my interest is really, why I actually brought up this question, was to really say it's a lot, but it's a lot that God can hold your hand through. And I feel that that's the biggest thing that I'm also taking from you. It can be a lot, especially if, and when I'm saying a lot, it's really because it's a new experience. It's not even because anything is wrong. It's just because a lot of new things are happening all at the same time. So the change is just, you used to sleep 6 hours, 8 hours, but now every 2 hours they have to tell you I have to breastfeed. I remember when they told me you have to, I was doing pumping, like you have to pump every 3 hours. I'm like, including midnight. They say yes. Like, are you even joking? Do you understand? It really can be, but it's not an impossible a lot. It's the type that God can still hold your hand through it, such that even if it is hard at some point, you can be rest assured that you can still be unafraid of it. That's my point. And I'm going to end with a last question for each of you, and I'm going to just give you 1 minute, and hopefully you can say it in a sentence. If you have to describe, Tolu, I'm going to ask you, if you have to describe what an unafraid single woman look like, how would you describe her in as short word as possible?
How would I describe her? I think I will use the word purpose. Thank you.
So she's purposeful.
She's purposeful. She, you know, you remember the Proverbs 31 woman? Yes, that is who she is. But maybe not with the husband and children part of her story yet. But that is who she is. Wakes up early, does this. Don't worry. I wake up early too. I've changed. I wake up early now. So wake up early, does this, does that. Go and read about that woman. She was not living her life for a man. Do you understand? Her husband is praised at the gates because of her. So that is who you are, a Proverbs 31 woman.
That's an interesting way to think about it. And I think it's a good, wonderful thing to see the Proverbs 31 woman even beyond marriage. So I'm going to ask you, Olawume, that how would you describe what an unafraid waiting woman, whatever she's waiting for, how would you describe what's an unafraid waiting woman look like to you?
Okay, I would say that that woman is a woman who has first accepted who she is, accepted her state, not as a result of self-pity, but an informed decision and a life ordered by God. And after that, a woman who is also intentional about the choices she makes, even in that present season, who is not feeling sorry for herself, or who is willing to push forward and make the best out of her life.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask, so if you have to describe what an unafraid young mom is like, with all of the things you have said about motherhood, labor, and this, and how that life can be, what would you say an unafraid mother, particularly young mother, is like to you?
Okay, I'll say she's someone who allows God carry her.
You see, some of these things you might not understand, but please keep them. Just keep them in your heart. Write them down. Go back to it. You see this thing she just said? Okay. Actually, there's nothing more to say after that. Because yes, I remember one of the nights, I think about a month postpartum, one of the nights, all I could just say is, Lord help me. Because a lot was going on. And I feel like that's where the bigger problem is, in the mind. Like, a lot is going on in your mind. There are plenty of things that can make you doubt. There are many things you are thinking, okay, so how do I go back to my life? Because your life is almost turned all around. Do you understand? And knowing that, I feel like this thing you said was what carried me through that moment. And that's why this thing it makes so much sense to me. Understanding that you can release yourself and let God carry you. And I feel like we are ending this on the same point where I started from, because it comes down to knowing that if you let yourself go in the hand of God, He actually can carry you. He can. And we have to be unafraid enough to. It's like somebody walking in the wind. You know, wild wind. Let me say wind. Let me say wild wind. You know, it's kind of tornado wind. And you are confident to let the air carry you, because you know that there's a stronger person who is controlling that air. And if that air is even look as if it's carrying you anywhere, it's carrying you to where you're supposed to go. Do you understand? That's what we're talking about. And you find out that in the midst of that, all of the other things will find its place. Pursue big dreams. You know, people say, if you become a mother, you don't have time to pursue dreams, or it will be so much. Well, for me, yeah, I understand. I got busier, but for me, motherhood actually clarified my priorities. That's what I used to say. If anything, I felt like motherhood gave me more reason to pursue some of the things I was pursuing, because I have stronger reasons to now. I used to say that motherhood gave me foundation. You know, someone that's been flying, but I'm now giving root. A number of things I'm doing a number of things now for a stronger reason than I used to do them. Do you understand? So it all comes down to this understanding that, you know, if you allow yourself to be carried, particularly in the hand of the God who really can carry, it may look like a loss of control in some sense, but it's really not a loss of control. It's really being carried. Imagine wind carrying you. It's like aeroplane. It's moving you faster than you can carry yourself. It depends on how you're looking at it. It can carry you faster than you're carrying. And when you know that the God of your journey is the God of your journey, no matter the twist and turn, the waiting that is involved, whatever it involves, pain, whatever, it's going to carry you to where it's going to. Can we please say thank you to all of these women? Thank you. Thank you so much, women. Thank you so much. Please, can we keep clapping? Okay, my photographer said we need to take a picture. I always forget that. That's how I know I'm not a Gen Z anymore. The fact that I forget to take pictures nowadays. You guys should please come. Thank you. Can I have...
So, good afternoon, everyone. So let's we want to go as quick as we can now, so we can go. I'm sure you had an amazing time, right? So, how many children do you want to give birth to now? 6. Good. You got the point. You got the point. You shouldn't be scared of being a mother. You should embrace it and give us more children, more nations. So, we would like to call on the 16 Emerging Women's Awardees. So there's a video we would like to display, and it will tell you more about what the 16 Emerging Women's Awardees and the awardees for this year. So media, I'm ready.
That. But the truth is that all of us are on a journey, and wherever we journey that young women have, you know, even younger women have, and it is that in itself is worthy of recognition, not just a sense of destination that we think that they are going, which really nobody really have any destination because nobody ever gets anywhere. We all keep going, and it's just to celebrate that journey. And so we've actually had like an unveiling already earlier in the year, but because, you know, we had an opportunity to have a physical session, we were like, why not? Usually so can you please I think we have most of our emerging women online, so it's a mixture of people who are both in-house and online. So we just have a few of them here. They're actually 16, and that's why we call it 16 emerging women. So it's just the people who are physically here that we're going to be giving their... So it's like our induction into the 16 emerging women.
You have to keep clapping. Please keep clapping.
I turn over to the host again, I feel like I should put a little bit of context on the last thing we're about to do. We're wrapping up already. So, the Emerging Women Conference is actually just one of the Emerging Women project. Part of it is D16 Emerging Women, where we do the awards. Part of it is a conference. We do the summit in March. But we also have a major thing called the Emerging Circle. And the Emerging Circle is really a close-up mentorship where we run for about, I think, about 4 months, 16 weeks thereabout. Yes, where we have, it's an application-based thing, really. It's application-based. It's not like a conference where anyone can just come to. And we had the first cohort, we had the second cohort. We are opening the third cohort today. It's basically for young women, and it's basically where we have all of those conversations, but on a closer level. And also where people can actually ask some of these things directly, where we can have this conversation on a one-on-one. Oh my gosh, she's annoyed. She's so vexed. Like, why? Anyway, all right. I was saying that Emerging Circle is where we can have this conversation on a one-on-one level. So we cover conversations around mindset, money, marriage, all of these kind of things. I feel like something came to my mind, but yeah. So part of the thing we want to do last, before, of course, we officially, I think the thing is already here, and for everyone who register, you're also going to get a link in your email. It's just going to be open for that 10 days. The application is going to be open, and this time around, it's not a registration, it's an application, because it's a selection-based thing. It runs for 16 weeks. I am the lead mentor, but sometimes I have some of my friends also come and have some of this session. The link will show you all of the things I'm talking about. But we wanted to have a couple of people who were in the emerging cohorts too. Do I have people like that in the house? Yay. It's so good to have you guys, who are going to just maybe talk a little bit about what their experience is like. Maybe not. Yes, we can just come up and have those conversations. So what their experience was like in the session, basically in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yes.
And we're going to be
Okay, so let me just call to participants of cohort 2. Miss Blessing, if you are here, please come out. And Miss Olamide. So we'd like to hear from them because they're actually, so we want to know more. So how has this Emerging Circle mentorship, how has it been for you? Like, has it been, I just wanted to express yourself. How has it been for you? Even after you completed the mentorship, what are the steps you've been taking? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mrs. C. So nice to see you. For me, it was very transformative. I would say it was divinely orchestrated by God. I was at a phase where I needed to know the next step to take, the next, career-wise. I had just finished school. I had started my service, and, there was this pressure of, what next? Do you want to apply? And then I was really confused. Not confused, but then I wanted to know particularly what I wanted to do in my life and all. And, I saw the application. And before I continue, something funny happened. While preparing for this, I did not notice that I had not seen my notes for, I was looking for my notes yesterday. That's my Emerging Women notes. And then I could not find it. I was panicking. I was scared. Not because of what I would say today, but because I know the wisdom that's in that notes, the amount of treasure that the notes carried. And probably moving in with, but then I was happy when I went to my laptop and I saw the assignments, going over the assignments was like I was going over my notes again. I know that's the amount of treasure, the amount of wisdom we got during the Emerging Women class course. And very briefly, I just want to talk about the few modules that stood out for me and how they affected my life. First was the meaning module. The first class, Mrs. C would ask, who are you? And then I had never been asked that question. Maybe I would just say, oh, I'm a this, I'm a that. But she said, outside your qualifications, outside your achievements, who truly are you? And, I could not answer the question. She said, what is your core? What defines you? What is your value? And, later on, she would say, your meaning is your journey. It's an everyday thing. It's an everyday process. I know she would say it places a demand on you to live your everyday intentionally, knowing that you have something to achieve, so to say. So we are not going to a destination. It's an everyday journey. And, it really stood out for me. The meaning class was very beautiful. And she would say that it's not about you being in the limelight. Even what you do behind the closed doors is part of the journey. It's part of the process. And, another class that stood out for me was the mindset class. Oh, no, my mindset was shattered. There was a transformation. And, she would say that a mindset is, God intentionally placed mindset in us for us to thrive and grow. But then due to different experiences and exposures, we find ourselves in different mindsets. I know, relating to that, I didn't even know I had such mindset. I had thought I was not good enough. I didn't even know. It was in the class that, it just started occurring to me. Growing up, I had heard, when she said Alakpa stainless, I also heard it a lot growing up. And with that, I just felt I was not good enough. And it had two impacts on me. First, I was always going out of my ways to please people because I was scared that, even to little things like house chores, I was scared that as I'm doing the house chores, saying that, we bless him, that kind of thing. And then I would go out of my way to impress people. And the second thing was that I was scared to take big steps because I felt I was not good enough. And during that class, it was like there was a mindset shift. There was a renewal of mindset. And I knew that, no, this is not who God has called me to be. God has said I'm good. I'm a good and I'm a perfect gift. And I'm very good. And, that really helped me. And then the final class, which was like the highlights for me, was the mastery class. So before I continue, shout out my peer mentor. One of the things you enjoy in the emerging mentorship classes, you have a peer mentor to yourself who you can talk to. Dr. Esther was my peer mentor, and we had the same professional background, the same fellowship background, and we could really relate. Dr. Esther, if you are listening, thank you very much. So the last class that stood out for me was the mastery class. And she said mastery is the art of doing things, getting things done. And she mentioned that there are 5 key pillars of mastery. I'm sorry to take our time, but then this was like the highlights for me. She said the first pillar is visionary capacity. The second, education and skills. That means you have a vision, then you get necessary skills and education. The third is you get necessary exposure and experience. And then the fourth is execution and productivity. And the fifth is self-governance. And it's like a ladder. You have to have a visionary capacity before you move to the next stage. And that was where my problem was. I did not have a picture of what I wanted to do next. I was confused. I was serving, right? But I didn't even know if I wanted to remain in my profession, if I wanted to change courses. I was just confused. And one thing also about the class is that we have projects during the mid-session. So my projects then, I took it upon myself to have a retreat just to have more clarity about the next phase of my life. And funny how I didn't even have the retreat. I had the retreat, but I did not get my answer during the retreat. I got my answer 2 days to the retreat. I was talking to one of my friends, and I was just telling her about the class, everything. I know it was like, it just clicked. I don't know. It was just like, listen, this is what you want to do. Like, this is the path you want to follow. It just clicked as I was talking to her, and right there, she encouraged me to reach out to someone. And it was like God was waiting for that aspect to click, because before I knew it, things started falling in line with that path I wanted to follow. I mean, with the path that clicked. And even up to now, I've seen myself grow. I've seen myself become a better version of myself. I've seen myself evolve more and more into the woman God has called me to be. I know this just to encourage you all to apply for the next cohort. And also to say a very big thank you to Mrs. C. Mrs. C is a very brilliant woman. Very wise. You people saw her today. Imagine you sitting under our class. I mean, every 2 I was always looking forward to the class, because you know that Mrs. C has like a well of wisdom to drink from. It was a very beautiful moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Blessing. We've seen now. Okay, so.
Hi, my name is Sholalo Akwelumi, and I'm a 500 level nursing student in UI. I will say it started from last year's conference when I came, and I had things that I've never had before, but I knew I needed to hear. Like, it was such a mind-blowing well of knowledge that was being given. So I knew I had to. A lot of times I make up my mind I want to do certain things and don't end up doing it. But I knew I had to apply. I knew I had to do it. Not few days after, I already sent my application, because I knew this was for me. And it was, I thank God that I joined, because I came looking for growth, because in my application I was writing about how that I was someone that is growth inclined, and I was chosen, and I came for growth. I got that and so much more. It was such a mind-blowing experience, such that there was so much layers of knowledge from the meaning class to the mindset, to the mastery, to the money, to service, so much layers of knowledge. And I would say one that particularly stood out for me was mindset. You know, I had seen, it was, I don't know, it was just, I had so much connection with it because I knew that there were certain things, I know that I have so many potentials. I knew I had so many potentials, but I knew that there were certain things preventing me from actualizing all that I needed to do. So after that class, you know, that class there was a time that we talked about the mindset loop, how that things that you hear, things that you see, your environment, your experiences, they influence your mindset, which ultimately influences your actions, which then determines your possibilities. So I knew that there was a mindset behind everything. Every word, every actions that I'm doing, there is something sponsoring it. So it made me, it wasn't just like me getting knowledge. I came into that knowledge and then I started very, very intentional. That was one of the major changes that happened to me. I started asking a why to everything I was doing. When I say a statement, I ask myself, why did I just say that? When I do something, I'm asking why. And one intentional step I even took was that I started trying to identify certain mindsets, blocks in my mind and canceling them by God's word. I was going through scriptures, seeing how that Bible it goes against this particular mindset and restructuring those mindsets according to Bible, according to the word of God. And sincerely, I will say that, like I said, I came for growth and I got just that. I got that and above. I'm much more. And I will say that one thing that also happened to me was that I became much more purpose driven. You know, we're talking about meaning, how that it's not just tied to getting somewhere. It's not a destination, but it's a journey, and how that it has to do about being a whole person. So I'll say that one thing that really happened to me was I became more purpose driven. I didn't have an understanding of it. I will say that it just equipped me. The Emerging Women Circle equipped me with knowledge that I needed to grow, that I needed to transform my life. Even with the marriage as well. Marriage was teaching how that our purpose is tied to our marriage, how that I understanding who I am is tied to who I will end up with. So I will say that basically, if what you are looking for is to become much more purpose driven, is to become much more mindset conscious, to become somebody that grows, to become somebody that has a direction, that understands our journey, the Emerging Women Circle is for you. Apply.
Thank you so much, Pelumi. Those words really capture what the mentorship program was. Okay, so for me, having gone through this mentorship myself, it has actually transformed my life, because there are some things I cannot do before I actually took this mentorship stuff. But when in the course of me, participating in it, it actually helped me, because I remember I'm the kind of person that I cannot do impromptu things. I will tell you I can't do it, but because of that mindset shift, it actually helped me. I took up one. It was at that moment I didn't know I was going to speak. And I was, over when we have so many people, and I had to do it. So this mentorship is something that is what's transforming. It actually helps us to know that our mindset is powered by knowledge, which actually guides our actions. Our actions are never on their own. Before you do something, before you decide to come to this program, it was your mindset. You didn't just wake up. It was not just on its own, your action. Even if you decide to take water now, it's actually coming from somewhere. So we realize that our mindset is powered by knowledge. So this mentorship is something that I want you to register for this cohort 3. But before that.
So yes, thank you so much everyone that spoke. Thank you. Apply, that's the link. We are not begging you, so I'm not going to say anything else. So if you like, apply. If you like, don't apply. But please apply. Thank you. So moving on, I would like everyone from the cohort 2 to come out. Everyone from the cohort 2, please come out. Because we know who Mrs. C was or who she is to us, and it would be unwise of us to not show our appreciation to her. It would be unwise of us to not tell her, thank you, ma, for everything that you did for us, that you were doing for us, that you are still doing for us. I mean, she taught us even when she was pregnant. The baby is cohort 2 baby, so we are excited. She's cohort 2 baby. So yeah, we just want to show our appreciation to you. We want to say thank you. We want to say we love you. We want to say thank you for everything that you did and you are still doing for us. So we have a little token for you. and for our beautiful baby, our Kotu baby. So yes, Olamide will present a gift to us. So on behalf of Kotu, we want to say thank you for everything. Let's say thank you, ma.
Thank you, ma.
Yes, thank you very much, ma.
Yeah. Thank you for pouring into us.
Yes,
Thank you, ma.
yes. Please, we can just take a picture together. Thank you, Kotsi. So, we've come to the end of today's event. Let's just come our hands together. Thank you so much for staying till the end. Kotsi would like to say something. Oluwa Tomi say, thank you for coming and staying to the end.
Thank you for everyone who came and stayed to the end. I really appreciate that. I just wanted to say something. First of all, I should say thank you to everyone. I didn't want us to just end like that. I wanted to really appreciate everyone. I want to appreciate, first of all, I want to say thank you. Can you please let me give a round of applause to the core two members? You guys, you know when I said I love you, I mean it. I am, Emerging Circle is a place that I genuinely love and I give my heart to. I think of everyone in it as, you know, my sister, and it's just always a delight. It's really, really a delight to always be with you. I want to say thank you to everyone in the planning committee. Can everyone in the planning committee please rise? Either you were a volunteer somewhere, you know, my host, everyone in the planning committee. Can you please just really give a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. This particular year conference took a lot of up and down. You know, a lot of things changed and so many things almost went wrong. And I'm so glad that we were able to make it work. Thank you so much. This could have not worked without you. I could not have done it alone. I'm really, really grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for every one of you. God bless you. Can we particularly say thank you to our one? There are two people I really wanted to appreciate specifically. There are two chief hosts that we have. One of them is sitting over there, Kehinde Agbola. Well, two people should actually know to thank Kehinde Agbola because, you know, Kehinde is everywhere, in everything, getting everything done. I wanted to say thank you to our emergency circle director, who is also going to be coming in for the Core 3, for Lakemi. I think she's somewhere getting something done. Thank you so much. I wanted to say thank you. My mom had to go. I was going to say, I feel like a number of people who can put two and two together will probably understand where I got my passion for education and passion for things that are around businesses, because those were the things I saw my mom do. And I saw the passion with which she followed after all of these things. I wanted to say thank you to her too, you know, having my sister-in-law around, having my niece, one of them is still here, looking at me like this. It's such a beautiful thing for me today, having all of a good number of my family members around. My sister couldn't make it because she had a number of things to do, multiple things to do today. I also wanted to thank my husband, who is outside. He doesn't necessarily care that I'm doing this. The way he's even looking at me, he's looking at me like, why are you doing this? But I have to say thank you. You know, in the what's that thing called? Panel session. I was talking about how marriage became a multiplier for me. And I think it's one of the reasons why I am an advocate of marriage. I am. It's because, you know, I have seen that all of the things that we've heard that can be bad about it does not have to be true. It really does not have to be true. Your story doesn't have to be that way. And one of the biggest things that I pray for young women around me is that, you know, for people who God have designed marriage for, because it's not impossible. I know that it's a possibility. And in some people's journey, that is not part of the plan. It's true. I know we don't talk about this a lot, but it's true. Let's leave that one. But for people who God have designed it for, it's one of the big prayers that I pray for them, that they will find the person that is really their person. You know, there's something about being with the person that is your person, who is truly after you as a person, not just after, not even just after how do I say this thing that it will not sound bad. Please hear me with your inner ears, what I'm about to say. Who would not be after you as a trophy wife? If you understand what I mean. That it is not first of all about what you are on the outside and you know the niceness of being associated with you, but it's the fact that they can see your person. That either you are in the spotlight or not, they are still your person. That while people are seeing big woman of God, they see you, Tayo. Like they see you, just you. And the everyday is just as special as the spotlight moment. It's something I pray for everyone that is around me that they would experience. Because I don't know, but for me, my life got better with marriage. I can never deny that. If I deny it, angels should slap me. Like, we've tried for you and you are misrepresenting us. Marriage made my life better in every imaginable way, including even my career. My husband knows as much about my research as I do. In fact, myself and him were still having arguments on my own research. Just maybe last week or 2 weeks ago, where I was explaining what I was supposed to do in my dissertation. He was not asking me questions. I'm like, those are the kind of questions they used to ask me. Why are you asking me those questions? And you know, it made my life better in every imaginable way. And I'm really, really thankful that you know, every time I remember that at the Emerging Conference last year, I was pregnant and I did not even know. It amazes me. It feels like I don't even know what word to use. It feels like God was pulling a surprise on me in a way. Every time I look back, I'm like, wait, what? And you know, it has been such a joy to yeah. What do you say? I know, right? I know. That's another thing that I was so excited about this year. Being able to pull a surprise on my mom. You know, getting her here without a reason was a very funny. She was like, so can you watch him by? Like, she really need the present, like Ekonwa. To get her here was an interesting thing, because she was supposed to be at a wedding of a very close family. So trying to convince her to actually come was, but yeah, back to what I was saying. I feel like it's been an absolute joy, you know, experiencing the joy of motherhood. Yes, there's all of this we've talked about, but trust me, there's nothing I will give. One of the things that makes my day the most is my child's smile. And I didn't even know it was going to have that kind of effect on me, because I used to think I was a hard girl. But forget, I become something else when it comes to my so it's just been a joy. And I think it's the reason why all of this conversation I'm having, I have it from that perspective. For the fact that all of this, many of the things that we have been told are hard, are burdens, makes your life difficult, it controls your life, it confines you. I am finding experiences that says the opposite. That says that yes, it's hard, but it's blissful. Yes, sometimes it's challenging, but it's the kind of challenge that you would rather have. Do you understand? Because in it, you can still see God carrying you through it. Yes, it comes with things that you don't expect. It comes with twists and turns. But by the time you look back at your life, you will not have it any other way. Do you understand? It's like the story that I heard about how, you know, it was supposed to be like I don't think it's real, but they were talking about someone met Jesus and was asking him, this cross that I'm carrying is too heavy. Give me another person's cross. And then they took the person to wear plenty crosses and say, oh yeah, take the one you like. You carried the first one, you're like, this one is making my back do like this. Carried the first one, this one is too long, it's too doing like this. He carried different ones, and then eventually found one like, hey, this one, yes, it's not easy, but at least this one is more comfortable compared to the other ones. And they reminded him, that's the one you dropped. And that's the truth. You know, many of us think that you look at the part of your life that you feel is challenging, and you see other people's life that feel as if it's easy, and you feel like, oh, your own burden is plenty. But the truth is that everybody is going to go through challenges, because challenges are the part of the things that grow us. So we are not going to just look at challenges as something that we want to throw out, even though we are, we are humans, we have all of these things, but we are not going to throw them out. We are going to walk through our life, through our journeys, unafraid. Thank you so much to all of our speakers, people who came from all over, literally all over. And I wanted to thank, I don't think any of Pastor Roland, please can you help me thank everyone from MIV Ward House who really helped us. I'm really grateful to the MIV Commission. MIV is home for us. It's literally our home church. Daddy and mommy are just are like they are literally my dad and mom. Our daddy and mom. And it's such an honor to actually be able to do this in this place. Thank you so much for coming. I'm going to turn it over to the host now so that they can.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and for staying till the end. Please, you can go outside, take pictures, post online. Don't be afraid to post. Tell us about your experiences, and we'll be happy to share them. Thank you so much for coming, and have a safe, what's the word? And go back home safely. Thank you so much for coming. Say hi to somebody, say hi to two people, and yes, get home safely.